I think we are live as well. Welcome to round 5 of the Uppsala Chess Festival. And today I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Harry Schisler. Harry, we've done some commentary together in Rilton before, but it's so good to be reunited. And you're actually a local here of Uppsala.
Yeah, I live just a few hundred meters away here,
Yeah.
so really, it's my place this.
But you're just telling me before we went live, you haven't been. It's round 5. This is your first visit today to the tournament. You've been very busy with.
Well, and also I didn't want to um, be without your commentaries, of course. So I followed it
That's great to hear.
online. Yeah.
But today you are here with me, especially, I think you remember from the Rilton commentary we did. Openings are not my specialty, so I'm looking forward to having your expertise. And today, first we have the pairings up. We have already on the board, we'll see it in a second, but Tiger is playing against one of the foreign title players, Valery Kazakowski. There's also one game that will be quite interesting, Kan Kukushari against Isaac Stormer. Both of them have had a tough start to the tournament. Actually, Isaac has lost all the games, so that will also be interesting to follow. And of course, Platon Galperin, the Ukrainian young IM, he's on a perfect 4 out of 4, and he's playing Jung Min. So you arrive, Harry, and immediately we have a lot of exciting games. Maybe we can bring up the board now. But before we jump into it, so you have been following the event. What did you think of? Was there someone who impressed you? What was your feeling following the first 4 rounds?
Well, at the start, I think the new Swedish champion, Jung Min, did very well.
Hmm.
But overall, Platon has, of course, impressed. And he has a perfect score as well.
Yeah.
But all the players have contributed to a very nice,
Hmm.
entertaining game, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been hugely, as you say, entertaining. A lot of fighting chess, and maybe we can start with Tiger. You were saying this caught you a little bit by surprise, Tiger opening with one e4.
Tiger, he knows a lot of opening theory, but he usually prefers to play a lot of odd setups
Mm-hmm.
with Reti
Mm-hmm.
and C2, C4, and so on. But here today he goes for
The open
a more
Sicilian,
slightly
yeah.
more aggressive setup and a more theoretical battleground.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an open Sicilian, yes, and it's
Not
as we
just
will see,
any open
it's the
Sicilian.
Najdorf,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe the sharpest or at least among the most popular openings. This is the sharpest opening, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and very interesting that Tiger today, as you said, very often we see his games, and very often even on move 4 or 5, we're already sort of off the beat, off the main track at least.
A little like Magnus Carlsen, in fact. That can happen
Absolutely.
to in his games
Yeah,
too.
absolutely
Mm.
correct.
Mm.
But today we're going to get some
Mm.
mainline Najdorf. Although I
Yeah,
don't know
more or
if
less
this
mainline.
already.
Of course, when White chooses to move his bishop to e2 already, that's not the most
Mm-hmm.
aggressive setup. It's slightly more strategical. Um, and then after e5, the old move here was to move a knight to b3.
Mm-hmm.
But one main square here, that is d5, and much of the fight will circle around this square
Mm-hmm.
probably. And the knight on b3 is not doing much.
Mm-hmm.
Instead he moves it to f3 after e7, e5, knight f3. It's the same distance from f3 to d5, but there is one slight difference, as we'll see
Mm-hmm.
within short. Black played that, and now white played here. And in this setup, it's quite nice for white to have the bishop on g5,
Mm-hmm.
because when he is ready to take out the knight on f6 and then increasing his control over
Mm-hmm.
d5.
this.
But he has to look up for a combination like knight takes e4, followed by bishop g5.
Mm-hmm.
In some situations
Yeah,
that can be a
yeah,
possibility, but with a knight on f3 that's not possible, because
because
after
there's one
knight takes,
more
yeah,
defender.
so after, for instance, knight takes e4, white can
Mm-hmm.
simply take with the knight, and the bishop is well protected
Mm-hmm.
thanks to the knight on f3 also.
Very nice.
So it's a good combination to have a knight on f3 and the bishop on
On G5.
g5. And the play now probably uh, the attention will be around the square d5.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
also Black's move here, knight bd7. That means that if white takes on f6 at some point, then black can,
recapture with the
yeah,
knight.
and still have some control
Grip.
over d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so this one, not the sharpest of niders. We might have a more positionally slanted variation of the Najdorf, but interesting stuff nonetheless. We will of course come back here. For now, let's jump around a little bit. Where would you like to go next? Maybe
Maybe Platon's game.
yes, the tournament leader playing against Young Min. Both the players are looking. Actually, I just realized I never asked Carla what score is needed for a GM norm.
I think it's 6.5,
Six
so
and
I
a half
heard.
would make
I'm not
sense. Yeah.
sure though.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. So Platon, what does he? He's already only 2.5.
Yeah, he can draw the rest of
Draw
his kings.
draw his way to the. But I'm sure with the white pieces, I mean, if you're on such a winning streak, you just try to keep it up, of course.
And also there is this Sophia rule, so he
Hmm.
has no choice.
Of
He
course,
has to play the game.
absolutely, yeah,
And Jungmin, so he's quite an aggressive player. He wants
mm,
to win
yeah,
normally. So I don't think that Platon should be too concerned about the perfect result here,
mm,
which could be a draw here.
yeah. So we get some kind of
Some Catalan
yeah,
Queen's Indian
yeah,
setup.
yeah.
That move seems to be a favorite in this tournament. I've seen that move before, haven't you?
Every day I
Yeah,
see this bishop e4. I'm always because I'm more of an e4 player myself. I don't um, a lot of these structures I don't play them with either color. I feel we've seen very little in general e4. I don't know if I've seen a single Ruy Lopez in the tournament.
no, no, maybe not. French, well, it depends. There are other groups as well here.
But
So
even in the other groups,
no, French I've seen.
the
Uh,
French, we've seen
I
one
think I saw
Caro-Kann.
one. Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe,
But
very few
very
at least.
few, and also
Mm.
no Jacob. In general, very few E4, E5. I mean, I don't know if someone in the chat, and hello to everyone who's watching us, Maripan, Such Sweet Thunder, Johnny, Jackster, Popov, good to see everyone. I mean, maybe my memory is letting me down, but at the very least, very few
Maybe
E4, E5.
this is a tournament for younger players.
Mm,
Younger players, they want to attack and
mm,
mate.
yeah.
E4, E5, that is for old people, you know.
Maybe that's the explanation. So bishop e4, and the question is always, what do you want to do? Do you want to put the bishop? Do you want to put the knight? Do you want to do this?
Yeah, that bishop move, it's a disturbing move
Mm,
somehow, because if white puts the bishop on d2, then black, if he wants to, he can retreat.
hmm
He can retreat, and in that case, the bishop on d2, well, it's not doing much there.
hmm
White generally wants to develop the bishop to b2,
hmm
and that's not possible here
Yeah,
without losing a move.
yeah.
So that's
One
one
option
idea
for
with,
black.
yeah.
Instead, we saw a5,
Hmm.
and this did Tiger not play something similar? Was that Tiger's game yesterday? We had some kind of setup where black had played this
Yeah, I don't think
a5
it
and
was Tigers. It was, yeah, it was one game, a5,
yeah.
and later on c5.
Maybe it was in this Isaac Stormer against Muzorf. I don't, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Anyway, we
it
had,
was a game
yeah,
with
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. A5. It's it's a tricky move. You want to make it difficult for your opponent because now he doesn't know what the future of that bishop on b4. Will it exchange itself on d2 or will it retreat? Black keeps the options. And also if white takes on b4, and then of course black takes with a pawn, and then black has an open a file, and the pawn on b4 is hampering white's development. It's
Covering all these.
yeah, it prevents knight c3, and it can be protected rather simple. But for instance, by a knight on c6 or something like that, or the queen on e7. So white usually prefers not to take on b4.
So in this case, he played queen a4 check, bishop b7, and the queen retreats to c2. So also here we see this move
it's the
provoking.
Same. Yeah. Well, maybe the idea is that the bishop on c8 belongs on b7, so it's the same, rather similar idea to black's check on b4 with the bishop.
Yeah. And now black is thinking, so okay, still early doors. We will come back here, and maybe we see the game between the two youngsters who have been struggling to find into the tournament a little bit, Khan and Isaac. And what do we get here? Get another Nimzo. I feel in general we've seen so many of these, really, of these kind of setups. And what is this?
It's a rather solid approach for black. With queen c2, it was popular 10-15 years ago. It's still played a lot, but it was perhaps more popular some years ago. And it's very solid continuation. If black takes on c3 later on, then white of course will take with the queen
and not damage the structure.
The pawn structure will be intact. So that's the basic idea. So it's a way of playing where you don't want to take any strategical risks.
Yeah. So after queen c2, knight c6, hitting the pawn on d4, which was defended, and now d6.
Yeah, Black's idea here is that he reckons with that the bishop on b4, that's dead. That will be taken off the board because it cannot retreat anywhere. It cannot retreat to a5, it will be trapped probably, and it cannot retreat to e7. So it will take on c3 at some stage.
And that's what happens.
And then black wants to put his pawns on black squares to open up for his own remaining bishop on c8. So d6 and knight c6 prepares e6 to e5, achieving this strategical goal.
And we see one more preparation here before it's finally time to push e5, and as you mentioned, open up this bishop.
And white has a bishop pair here. Of course, that's normally a small advantage, but with 16 pawns on the board, that doesn't mean that much. Especially not if black has a wall here with a pawn on e5 as the main figure.
Yeah. So black retreats, so that knight is probably gonna come out via a different route, maybe heading to c5.
Yes, if it goes to d8 instead, what is the next move with a knight? It has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So that's the reason for knight b8. Because at some point maybe black can put the knight on c5. At some point.
Yeah.
And a5, that's some kind of preparation for that. Because the problem with having a knight on c5 is that white will go for b2, b4. So a5 is not preventing that, but making it more difficult to achieve.
And now c6. d6 is interesting. It's not a move I was necessarily expecting.
If we look at the queen on c2. It's on the c file. So one idea could be to open up the c file and you know,
and bring a rook.
making the queen feeling a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But
And what
usually you don't want to open up the position as black because
has
white
the
has a bishop
bishops?
pair.
And how is white going to react, do you think?
Well, he probably will go for e4. Yeah, to have the d5 in a firm grip, and then he will develop. And later on, he will perhaps redirect the knight on f3 to e1 to d3 or something like that, and then go for f2, f4 to open, try to open up the position, not the least for the bishop on c3. So that's one possible idea.
And white would have a lot of space there, so what is black's counter? Where is black's play going to come from?
F7, f5 is a possibility. I think that's perhaps the only really active continuation.
So also getting the knight maybe back to
yeah,
e8 or
or
the better
h5, or
h5.
it depends on what happens here. It's difficult to say.
Yeah.
But I think that white is slightly better here.
Yeah, I would
And
agree.
I'm not sure that the move c7, c6 is such a great idea because it's slightly illogical to open the position. Perhaps it would be better to develop and then go for f7, f5. But
we will see. We will see what happens.
He's quite an aggressive player, Isak, so he wants to create hurdles for white everywhere on the board.
I mean, it's also a tough position in the tournament when you've lost the first 4 games and then you play with black. Of course, if you want to stay true to your style, but I think you also at the back of your mind, surely you think, I don't want to press too
I want the draw.
hard. Yeah, I want to get to just get on the board, as we say. So we'll see what approach he takes, and sometimes it can be difficult, I feel, to juggle this natural desire to play how you normally would play.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And so we'll see how he manages to juggle this. A question from the chat from Jackster: is he maybe intending to play for b5?
Maybe. You know, he's a wild young man, so who knows? But it doesn't achieve that much. I mean, white won't be completely taken by surprise, and perhaps taken by surprise, but
not afraid.
Not afraid. Scared, no, because, well, if you want to open the position, fine for me. Usually, it's white who has an idea. If we move backwards one move, white sometimes play for b3, b4, and c4, c5, and c takes d6. And now we get perhaps exactly the same pawn formation, but it's black who is doing that job. He goes for c6 and take on d5. So white has no problem with black being active on the queen's wing.
Sorry, just to clarify, the question was, is he intending b5 if white plays e4?
Maybe, but it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Oh, the rain has settled. It was such beautiful sunshine, Harry.
It's perfect for
perfect chess weather.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will come back here. Let's see. Today we have a lot of the young Swedish players facing off against one another. So Ludwig Karlsson playing against Milton. Once again, no e4. I think it's another day of. No, we have Tiger. Sorry, Tiger played e4, saving saving the e4 score. So what do we get? This time a Catalan, a pure Catalan. We had this Catalan Indian mix before. And let's see. And with b3, is this one of the options to go for this double?
Yeah, that's the idea. And of course you also cover c4. It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
but bishop b2 is the idea.
And now we see b6, so black doing the same, getting the bishop out to b7, rook d1, rook c8, and e4. This bishop hasn't gone here. Is it waiting because it might go the other way after all?
Maybe he wants to hit first, because if you go bishop b2, black has the option to play c6, c5. Black is ready for that, and then it's no longer possible to play e4. Perhaps that's
what he was thinking.
the idea behind the rather quick e4.
So we get some exchanges now in the center. Black took on e4, takes, and c5, this pawn push. And white reacts by capturing on f6.
It was threatened, the knight on e4, so has to do something at least.
That's true. So knight f6, and now how do we recapture as black?
I don't know, maybe, what do you think?
It's an interesting question, because on one hand, you want to sort of open that d file, and the knight f6 right now is the only square that the knight can go to. But of course, this diagonal is also looking...
That's nice, because then you can put perhaps the knight on c5 later on. But it allows knight g5. It's not the end of the world, but it's a possibility for white, threatening mate on h7. So black has to probably take on g5. Then you take on b7, and you will get the position with bishop against knight, which could be slightly better for white.
Yeah, and especially because this bishop on this long diagonal will be king. So yeah, this knight g5.
And you will also get probably a pawn majority on the queen's side. And the bishop is helping the advance of a pawn later on.
And knight g5 is a very nice thematic.
Did he take with?
No, he's still thinking.
So if he wants to
avoid this,
yeah, then he takes with the knight, which is slightly more passive. I mean, the bishop on e7, it's not doing that much.
Yeah.
But it's a normal position, this. Black has to look up for d4, d5, which could be annoying, creating a passed pawn. But at this moment, you probably can take it and win a pawn, simply.
And just recapture it
somehow, yeah. I don't know what, something like that.
Not immediately, but something to look out for.
Yeah, so we have a position where probably c5 will be exchanged for d4.
Oh, he took with the bishop, actually.
Okay.
He did take with the bishop, and I guess you expect knight g5.
It's slightly better for white after that. Slightly. It's not...
Okay,
no catastrophe for black, but...
Yeah. And hello to Sam, to GM No Chance Ever, Jeff. Good to see everyone. So we'll also come back here. In the last game we have not seen yet is Mihail Marin, and on the black side against Emil Mirzoev, who opens with e4, and we get another Sicilian, this time not an open Sicilian though, knight e2. It's quite a rare move.
Yeah, normally when you play knight e2, your idea is to follow up with d4 and you get the same position, but you're 20 seconds ahead or something like that. But here he doesn't go for d4.
No, he goes for g3.
So Michel Marin, who is playing black here, he's very booked up player, very well prepared. So probably white wants to get out of normal opening theory and create a position where you just play. Yeah.
And we see white is still not going for d4, instead goes for c3, and will try and then maintain that center.
But black can stop it.
Black can stop it, and does stop it by playing e5.
And we can see here that one bad thing with e7, e5, it is that it's creating a hole on d5. But when white has already moved his pawn to c3, white can no longer jump quickly with a knight to that square.
Yeah.
So it makes it it's logical to react to c3 with e5.
Absolutely. By the way, Silesia, the clocks are not correct at the moment. I suspect that they are correct for white, but for black, black certainly has more than 10 minutes. Games only got started half an hour ago, and let's remind everyone the time control is 90 minutes for the whole game plus a 30-second increment per move. Harry, tonight there is a Blitz tournament. I suppose you will not be playing, or?
No, probably not. Probably not. But of course, it could be nice.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. Knight a3 was played now, so the knight couldn't go to c3, so it's trying maybe to still find a way to control d5, or where is that knight usually headed?
Yes, well, you have to develop it, and you have no other option. So it will go to c4 as a start, I think, to disturb black a little bit and attack d6, and then later perhaps to e3. There is also an idea to sacrifice a pawn here with d4. I don't think it's very good, but it could be.
So what do you take with
I don't know.
knight?
Yeah, maybe with knight, yes. Black has a double pawn. White can fight to get it back. It's a possibility to play like this.
Yeah.
Nothing special though.
Yeah, so white decided not to do that. That goes knight c2 and d5.
Yeah, I mean, white has taken quite a long time to develop his
and they look very,
knight.
the pieces look
Yeah,
kind
they
of
look
weird at the
very
moment.
shy.
Yeah.
So it's very good moment to take an offensive step here for black. So I like the move d6, d5 before white gets control in the center with d2, d4 or knight d3.
Maybe Axel, can we just open the curtains and we get a bit more? Thank you so much. Yeah, so d5 makes a lot of sense to strike immediately in the center. Thank you.
White can of course take there and then go for d2, d4, hoping for an equal position perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, perhaps it will be a symmetrical position here if black takes on d4 and takes with the pawn, white takes and you take with the knight and castle, and suddenly we have like an English game, you know, symmetrical.
This is very, very equal, I imagine. Or
yeah, I mean, white has a serve here, so perhaps it can play something like, I don't know, queen b3 or knight b5, or it's slightly better for white.
Having the serve is always a good thing, of course. So yeah, we'll see. This is one possibility. Sam was asking, can I play in the Blitz tournament? I can, but I don't think I will because it starts at 6 p.m. right when we finish. So usually when we're done here, I will go and have a look, but I don't think I will play. And actually, we're being joined as well in the chat by Anton Korobov, who's saying 2 Ukrainians in the lead. And yeah, they are doing very well so far. Let's go and see the IM tournament #1. So we'll bring up those standings as well. And where do we start? Oh, maybe the games are, surely they haven't played all this already. Or could it be? Okay, let's ignore this game for now. Maybe it's still a game from yesterday. I don't think that they played quite as quickly. Okay. Maybe we start here. Martin Jokstad against Edwin Trost. And we got another Catalan or what? No, actually no. White never played d4. Instead,
more of an reti opening or something like that.
Yeah. So b3, c5, and white gets this double fianchetto. What do you make of these structures, these setups?
Well, that can happen a lot, the next moves here, because if black gets to play d5, d4, and follow up with e6, e5, then that bishop on b e2 might look a bit stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one way of playing for black, and then white has to react quickly after d5, d4 with e2, e3 or something like this. After d5,
if d5, then e3 to
yeah,
immediately challenge.
yeah, to act something quickly too. And the other way for white is to prevent this development and take on
By
d5.
taking.
That's perhaps more normal, but black is fine. He can take with a pawn, but taking with a knight is more solid, because otherwise you might get an isolated pawn on d5 after e takes d5, d2, d4. And many players think that that's a bit uncomfortable to have that pawn on d5, which is vulnerable.
By the way, Anton Korobov is sending his greetings to Mr. Schussler, who we're all so happy to have here with us. And Sweden Chess, I think that is, oh my goodness, what's the name of the organizer of the Wilton Cup? My memory is, I'm blaming
Ingmar
Karin.
Falk or?
Yeah, exactly, Ingmar. I think that's Ingmar. He is asking, while I'm in Uppsala, will I drop by at Pia and Anna Kremling's house? Are they in Uppsala?
No.
No.
They're
in Stockholm.
She lives
right?
in Stockholm, yeah.
Unfortunately,
in the south parts of Stockholm.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have no extra time planned in Stockholm, but I certainly hope to be back. I have one extra day after the tournament, so I'm planning to see the church here in Uppsala and just see. Yeah, it's a lovely town, I have to say. It's my first time here. But yeah.
Yeah, we are now in Uppsala, which is about 70 kilometers north of Stockholm, and it takes half an hour with train.
Yeah, the transport is very, very good. I was surprised. I mean, not surprised, but impressed from the airport and everything, how easy everything was. So after knight takes d5, red d4, and some exchanges in the center. And this is the position that we have on the board right now.
Yeah, white has a very good pair of bishops here. They are very well placed. Black has a slightly more passive setup. If we look at black's bishop pair, they are not on their ideal squares. So white has some small initiative, but black has no weaknesses, and is fine anyway. And the bishop on e7, for instance, is ready to move to f6, neutralizing white's black squared bishop. So black is fine here. Of course, white can take on d5, creating an isolated pawn.
I guess you don't want to.
No, because then you lose an important bishop, and black might even get some attacking chances later with bishop h3 and so on. So you don't want to do that, but it's of course possible.
What do you want to do as white? Do you want to play e4 or not? Do you want to, where does this knight want to go?
Yeah, you want to avoid exchanges. You want to use the fact that you have some space advantage. e4 could be an idea, followed perhaps with knight b5, knight e6, or followed by queen e2, rook da1, creating pressure on the d5. e4, e5 at some moment. You can dream of that. Or you can play just very passively with knight c3, trying to get the draw.
Just exchange some more pieces. But white is the higher rated player. I suspect that he will be looking for something more. How are they both getting on in the tournament? Martin is on 1 point only, so not the best tournament so far. And Edwin actually on 2 points. So on 50%, so we will see.
I think white is slightly higher rated.
Yeah.
So perhaps he wants to try to win the game.
I think so too, but we will see. I expect e4, but we'll come back and find out. For now, let's see Jan Johansson on the black side against Samir Sahidi. And what did we have here? Some Pirts.
To start with the Pirts.
And then turned Philidor.
Yeah. You know, Jan Johansson, he's a very talented player. He's not young, but he's very talented. But his theoretical knowledge, you know, he could tell you in 5 minutes. He doesn't know any theory. So he plays this obscure line. He wants to get out of the book quickly.
Well, for now we're following the main line here.
It was possible to take on. It was not possible, but you have to be careful about bishop takes f7 before black has castle here.
I have played Philidor myself, and I'm always terrified that they will go for this, because I know it's fine for black, but you need to know long and precise moves. So every time I play it, I think, please.
Yeah, white can get his knight to e6, but then as long if you can if you have a place for your queen, then you're more or less fine.
Where do you
Yeah,
go?
you have to go there.
Yeah.
Queen e8, you can take on c8, then go back. No, perhaps.
Ah, you go back.
Yeah, because
And then
you
I've
want to
catch
catch
this
that.
knight.
Yeah, and then if you don't go back with the queen, the knight will jump.
Get out via c7 again. Yeah.
So now you want to take that with b6, bishop b7 or something like that, and then it's perhaps an equal position. I don't know. But bishop f7 was an option.
Yeah, there's also the move knight g5, I think, yeah? And then to take f, or is that not...
it's something similar, but when black has developed his rook...
Yeah, it's just a better version for
probably it's better to take straight away, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm not an expert on this.
So white didn't go for that, instead just castled, rook e1, c6, a4, a5, and h3. I thought that h3 is not supposed. With my very limited, I thought that b3 was, at least when I learned this a long time ago, I thought b3 was one of the more challenging.
Maybe it's not that important exactly how you play it, because the structure is clear.
Yeah.
You have this structure, and there is room for different way of treating the position, for perhaps for both players, but especially for white. An advantage with h3 is that it stops black from putting a piece on g4. But perhaps b3 is more slightly more aggressive.
Yeah. When I played it as black, I was always happy to see h3, because then you get this knight c5, and I think, if I remember correctly, that the bishop can come now to e6, and even if I'm not mistaken, and get in some d5, and...
But white will play e5 in this position.
What am I? Let me click the... Then I'm mistaken. Maybe bishop e6 has been played.
Yeah, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's possible bishop e6, but black has to reckon with knight takes e6 followed by e5. Maybe it's not that great, but it's a possibility.
Yeah. Now I'm not...
Maybe you can take it. Take on e5 and later on knight e5. Yeah. Maybe it's fine for black.
Yeah. As I say, my memory is leaving me down. Also, I haven't played the Philidor in a while, but as I say, my feeling is h3 I was always happier to see than some other. But of course,
no one plays Philidor.
Not so old.
Only you.
Only me and Jan. Yeah. No, it's true that, of course, on the highest level, I think, didn't MVL go through some phase where I think some top players might have played it a little bit, but not, they gave up on it quite quickly. But yeah, Jan is thinking here. I think other moves are just, you can just develop the queen also. But okay, we will see what
you can go to b6. Of course, you have to be careful about bishop e3 at some point. Now b2 is hanging, but at some point. but it's possible.
One good news for Jan, I was not too familiar with him before coming here. I was told he always gets into time trouble very fast, but he's up 10 minutes. It looks like White was surprised by this Philidor opening choice, so at least from that point of view, things have worked out well. That might also explain H3. I think H3, if you haven't been looking at it, I think H3 is the natural move. I think maybe it's even, is it the most, let me see, is it the most? It is the most played, I think, by
But B3 is the second choice, yeah?
yeah, B3 is the second choice.
And perhaps better, sharper way.
Yeah.
What's the idea with B3? To put the bishop on B2, or?
It's a great question now. What was the idea? Let me see. I don't know why my openings book is never working properly. So take, oh, if we go B3 takes, can I even take, I takes, but wait, no, I didn't play. I somehow when I try to analyze the openings book, it doesn't work. But yeah, I think it is for the bishop, and I think also for this bishop to be maybe already defended in some of these lines. I didn't, but yeah, I think
yeah,
for the
B2
bishop
is good square for the bishop, so why not?
Okay, we will come back here in a little bit. Let's see, Hilmir Heimisson against Theodor Kenniskog. And once again, today they are very happy to put that bishop on G2.
This is a Tarrasch setup, Tarrasch defense.
So with this early C5. And let's see, what did we get? So black takes, and black is now playing with this isolated pawn we mentioned.
This is, I think, what Magnus Carlsson did maybe a year ago or so. He played this bit surprising move. He had a surprising way of treating the position as black. Normally you don't play you don't play c takes d4. But when he has done it, when everyone can do it, of course.
Yeah, so we see this capture and the bishop develops.
This is what I think Magnus played.
Did. Yeah. Okay.
Which is a bit unusual.
And now, okay, it's not an isolated pawn anymore, it's the hanging pawn structure.
Those pawns, especially that one on c6, tends to be weak. But black has, on the other hand, dynamic play. He has an active bishop attacking f2. He has perhaps a square, an outpost on e4 for his knight later on. And the bishop on c8 has an easy way to develop. And he can even play something like h5 and h4. I think Magnus has done something like that.
Interesting, very interesting.
So it's quite an aggressive, a new way of treating this opening for black.
Queen b6, increasing the pressure along this.
Also, you want to be able to move a bishop and has c6 protected. Because if you act in the wrong way, white would play b4 and take on c6.
Yeah. The queen looking down here. White played knight c3, I guess. Threatening knight a4, so the bishop dropped back to e7 and bishop e3. Queen a6, keeping an eye still on this pawn. And h3 and castles, and this is the position on the board right now. But look at White's time. White has been spending all the time. Black hasn't been spending any time yet.
Black is well prepared, it seems. I'm not sure h3 was that good, but...
Why do you not like it?
Because it weakens the king's position, it weakens g3. If black plays h5, h4, then with a pawn on h2 you don't have to react, but now you have to do something after h4.
Yeah.
And it wastes a move
Mm-hmm.
as well. You could have played knight a4, for instance, and knight c5, or
Mm-hmm.
bishop c5 even.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have
Yeah,
preferred that,
I agree.
but perhaps he has an idea,
We'll
which is
see. I
good.
mean, I'm a little bit with the time management, it makes you worry that it might.
Mm.
I think the opening has gone very successfully here for black.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at the white position, it's quite okay. It's
Mm-hmm.
nothing
Yeah.
dramatic.
Can we still go knight a4 or?
Yeah, of course, when there is this pawn sacrifice knight e4,
Mm-hmm.
which is, well, you have to consider it. And now
Mm-hmm.
the bishop on e7 is hanging.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe you can take on h3. I'm not sure, because a4 is hanging also later on.
that is very true.
So it's not. Yeah, well, if you take perhaps, yeah, maybe you have to take. If you take on f1, white plays knight c5. You're correct.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't see it, but I got lucky.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's
yeah. But this
uh,
line after queen a4, I guess,
yeah,
is.
I guess it's okay for
Mm,
black.
yeah,
Um, Nothing special, but
yeah.
okay.
Okay, we'll come back here as well. Let's have a look. So, oh, wait, let me just quickly refresh. Maybe it's still not working, but when I hovered over it, now I think it's working now. So let's see. Axel Falkevall against Adrian Söderström, or is it not the right game? Do you know, Axel? I think it's because it's at least it's something different to what we saw before. So I think this is.
Now
We
we have
talked
it.
about it. They heard us.
Yeah, you wanted, but perhaps.
So we got our first Rui Lopez. I think the first of the event, and the anti. This is the anti Berlin, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, in fact, Black has played a6, so he has stopped it
oh,
himself.
that's
But
actually
but
true.
it's similar
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah,
knight f6 d3
yeah.
immediately. Mm.
B5, and we'll just see some normal development here. And d5 is this?
Yeah, it's a standard way of sacrificing a pawn. Black will get a lot of play if white accepts that offer.
And did white did accept the offer.
Mm.
So black sacrificed the pawn. Knight f4. Hello, Paddy, by the way. Hello, Ilyali. And Paddy is saying typical Marshall style.
Yeah, it's the same setup more or less as in the Marshall. Although we have a Marshall with a bishop on b7, which is not the most standard concept.
So you're saying white, you think black gets a lot of play here, yeah? Oh, this.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, I it wouldn't surprise me if white is better here, but I mean,
In practice.
yeah, it's not that easy to protect all black's threats against all black's threats. And pawn, that's not much, is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, and Paddy also in the chat, I think Paddy is a very decent player himself. He likes the black bishop on b7. I guess what he's saying is he likes black. I quite like black, I have to say. This bishop, I guess it will go to d6, so and
Although bishop f6
also, yeah.
in some
Yeah.
situation could be possible, but the normal thing to do is to play bishop d6. But first of all, white has to stop black from eating the pawn on g2, and you cannot go f3, which would stop the black bishop because of queen d4.
Oh. Queen d4. I was looking for something more elaborate, but
This
this is
this
a
was not good enough for
this
your
is
appetite, or
no, it's very much good enough. Picking up a full rook, and that would be the end of the game. So yeah, f3. You're absolutely correct. But if you can play f3, I mean, Paddy was saying if you play g3,
that's
suddenly.
even worse, that move, because it weakens your white squares so terrible. So you cannot even think about g3.
So what do? We have to
You
put
have to
that
put the
knight.
knight on e4 or f3.
Yeah.
That's the only decent option, I think.
Hmm.
Um,
If we
if you
put
put,
it on e4, is that rook not
yeah,
going?
that's an advantage. It will be. On the other hand, black now has to do something with his knight. It has to retreat
But
somewhere.
what if I?
But the white bishop.
Ah,
But you can play
I'm not
something like,
very well awake yet.
if you play knight g6, then white might have problems, because you can
Hmm.
take on e4 later. If
Hmm.
white moves,
Yeah,
the pawn on
if the
d3 is,
rook goes somewhere.
yeah. So, yeah.
Hmm.
So maybe 94 is not
So
possible. Your
by
instinct here that the rook is trapped.
elimination,
Knight f3 seems to be perhaps the only move.
yeah, knight f3.
And now once again the knight on f4 is threatened.
Hmm.
I don't know where to put it. Maybe 96, or what do you think?
Yeah, I was looking. I guess this is just nonsense. Unfortunately, we're running out of pieces on knight g6.
Mm.
Yeah, knight g6. I guess the rook has to drop back somewhere, all the way, maybe.
Or to h5. I don't know. It looks a bit
Ah,
crazy, but
uh-huh.
it's easy to suggest.
Yeah.
um, because you have, it's quite active, a rook on
Yeah.
h5, so it's perhaps possible. And
Mm.
then of course you want to develop your bishop on c1
Mm-hmm.
to somewhere,
Yeah.
to e3 or something like that, or
Oops.
d2.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, rook h5 is interesting, certainly.
Mm.
Okay, we will see.
Mm.
First of all, let's see if White plays knight f3. I'm pretty sure he will because we determined everything else just looked
Yeah, but our analysis were quite
super.
rapid.
It's super.
Yeah,
A bit,
it could
it's
be
easy
wrong.
when we're sitting here, of
Yeah.
course. Okay, let's move on. There's a question actually. There was a question in the chat by Paddy. An interesting question. How crazy is g5
Yeah,
here?
I was thinking about this, but
Yeah, g5.
I wasn't drunk enough to suggest it. It's possible.
Paddy, how many drinks are you in? I think Paddy is in the US, so it must be quite early. Probably he's not drunk either. Um, G5.
Yeah, now it can get wild. For instance, white can play knight takes g5.
Hmm.
The idea is, if black takes on g5, then queen g4, threatening the bishop and the knight on
Hmm.
f4,
Hmm.
which looks, I guess, quite good for
For white.
white,
Yeah.
what I can see. So after knight takes g5, then the knight is well placed on g5. It
Yeah.
attacks h7 and f7, and the rook on e5 is very active
Hmm.
suddenly. Black can take on g2, for instance, but it's a stupid place for the knight. And what do you do after queen h5?
Not sure.
You will lose more very quickly,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a refutation of g5.
To just take
But
it.
but I
Yeah.
think suggesting g5 shows that you have the right instinct here for the
Mm.
position.
Mm. Paddy, he's not drunk indeed. It's 9 a.m., but he's on his second coffee, so.
Too much coffee then. Yeah. Too creative.
Okay, let's move on from here. The last game we haven't seen in this first IM group is our Georgian player Lord Kipanidze. I cannot. It's one of the names I can always struggle with. He's playing against Maria Eugenia Mikhail Marin's wife, who's actually having a fantastic tournament so far. She's on 2 out of 4, being by far the lowest rated in the event. So a fantastic showing from her so far. When she came here to Uppsala, she didn't even know if she was going to be playing at all. I don't know. Have you seen some of her paintings?
Yeah, yeah.
In
Didn't
the
she win against Edwin Trost?
Yeah,
So,
Edwin lost on time, but in a position he had no winning chances. Maybe he could draw, but yeah, that was the one. So we have G4, and Maria always, I think, often plays these sort of Dutch settings, and she plays them with both colors. We also saw her play some F4 based stuff with white. And I think white is basically here just saying, I just want some gain. No, this is not going to be or are we in some big theory here?
When you put the knight on h3, often you want to control d5, and because if you go with the knight to f3 instead, then the knight has a very long way to d5, and also it blocks the activity of the bishop on g2. So knight h3, the idea is basically to give yourself the option of controlling d5. On the other hand, we all know that it's not always nice to have a knight
on the
offline.
rim,
on the rim. No. So and also if black gets to play d6 and e5, then the knight on h3 might look a bit stupid. So it's perhaps a good idea to play knight h3 and a quick b3 bishop b2 to try to prevent e5 if possible. But I imagine that black can still play something like knight 6 c6 and perhaps e5 later on. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, certainly looks interesting.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Of course, after e5 white might take on c6, but with
complicated.
Yeah, a bit risky for white, perhaps possible.
Instead, Maria played queen e8, so that queen very often might be looking to come out here, but also
or
supporting.
bishop d8 even and e5. Sometimes you play such strange moves in this opening.
So let's see, the knight finally jumps to f4.
No, it can always retreat to d3 if
needed.
Yeah.
So c6, knight d2, queen f7, and white strikes in the center with e4. Knight a6, rook e1, and knight c7 and c4, and we've arrived in the current.
What do you think about this position?
In general, with black, I like to play all these Dutch setups, but here, I don't know. Obviously, right now, white has this beautiful center, all the space, the bishops look good. So I'm wondering, where will my counter strike come? Of course, immediately, instinctively, I look at some g5. I see f2. I would love to somehow use that. So I don't know if g5 is so ridiculous with some f4.
White will play knight d3 after that. And then perhaps sacrifice a pawn with f4 or something, or something else. I don't know. Or take on e4.
Yeah, that's take on e4. I was wondering.
I don't know, but I like the white position. I think white is slightly better because if you look at the bishops,
also
perfectly placed,
this
knights very well placed, rook very good position, and white has a grip on the center with the pawns as well. So white has everything that he can dream of.
Yeah, I agree. I think white will be quite happy here, but we will see.
I think black should have played in a more active way. This queen e8 and queen f7, that's two moves. Knight b a to a6 to c7. That's another two moves. C6 and so on.
Yeah,
It's not.
feels a bit slow.
Yeah, it's quite a passive setup.
Also, the time is already starting to be a problem. Maria has used half her allocated time. She's down to just 46 minutes, and White has barely used any time at all.
That's not the main problem, I think,
The
because I
position
think
is a bigger
she
problem
will
than
be
the clock.
mated before her time runs out.
We will see what happens. Let's jump to the second IM tournament. And here, the two Icelanders playing each other, I think we could see a peaceful result quite soon. A lot of pieces have come off the board already. Vignir is actually the tournament leader so far on 3 out of 4, and Dagwer has not had the best start. He's on 1.5, but this one, yeah, I don't think too much will be happening here. I think we'll see a peaceful result,
Yeah,
and the
it
players
looks.
getting ready for the Blitz tonight.
Yeah, it looks like that, but it's not clear who is better here.
Yeah. Okay, I think what if White can White even? I'm wondering.
If he plays bishop f3, you mean, or?
Yeah, that's definitely. Oh, can he do that? Maybe
Yeah,
he
but
can.
that's not a problem because now it will be a draw. You will
Yeah.
play rook a1 and liquidation. It's a draw.
Maybe that's
But
what will happen.
but instead after bishop f3, e4 might be annoying
Ah.
because then you have to retreat to d1,
And
which is
then
very
it's
passive.
not the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So bishop f3 is not possible.
It's not good
You will
now.
have to keep your bishop protecting the pawn on b5.
So
So you
they're
will
just
play
playing
rook
rook
e1 and then king f1, and then you can activate your rook perhaps. So perhaps black is
Slightly.
more comfortable position, but it will. I guess you're right. It will end in a draw.
So rook e1 has just been played. Let's move on to Kim Newton and Thomas Ernst, where White is currently a pawn up. I will not. Let's just look at the current positions now, maybe. But what do you make of this?
Thomas Hans, he's a local star, local grandmaster here, who doesn't play that much anymore. He's a
But Uppsala is a
mathematician.
strong. I mean, are you a local from Uppsala?
Not from the start, but I've
Okay.
lived here for 20 years or something.
How many GMs? Is it just the two of you, or there's some more?
Maybe, I don't know. Perhaps only we two at the moment, but it's so close to Stockholm, and so.
Yeah. So you were talking about Thomas Ernst.
Yeah, he doesn't play that much. He is a mathematician, but he's used to be very aggressive. And in this position, he has a pawn down. It's true, but he has some attacking chances, and I think.
Wait, actually, that pawn is just hanging right now.
It's black to move here, yeah.
So maybe I just go back a few moves at least. So after queen takes, d5 was played, e5, knight e4, takes.
Yeah, black will take on h3.
He didn't
Why
take
not?
actually, he played bishop f5. Why not take that pawn?
I don't know. I think it's okay to do it.
Because after bishop f5, can white just defend the pawn somehow?
Yeah, it's
G2
a bit passive,
or
but it's
h4?
possible. Yeah, I don't like queen h4 so much. Then bishop e7 perhaps.
And this queen would be awkward. So let's say queen g2.
Perhaps bishop b4 is annoying.
But still bishop f5 indicates even if the queen doesn't defend the pawn.
I think after queen g2, bishop b4, You can even perhaps play something like bishop d2 and then rook ed1 to sacrifice the pawn on e5, just to get the pieces out. It's a possibility.
So you'll play what, this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when you take there, then you go knight e3, and it's slightly better for black due to his active bishop.
Yeah.
But it's not forced, this. So
Of course, yeah.
Thomas Ansi is a bit crazy in his way of playing chess, so I guess we'll see something completely different. All normal players would take on
The fun,
h3, yeah.
Yeah.
But he tries to create something here.
Mason returns. Good morning, Ireland. I'll be back in beautiful Ireland in what, just over 2 weeks. Looking forward to it. Okay.
The big tournament, or
No tournament. My boyfriend is well, grew up in Ireland at least, and we will go to see his family, his dog. Very important. Haven't seen the dog in a while, and to a wedding. So it will be nice. It's a beautiful, rainy country, but beautiful country. Leo Crevatin, he came to the studio yesterday. He won a really nice game against Konstantin Borsuk. And he is currently one of the 4 leaders. I'm just realizing now there are 4 players on 3 out of 4.
Exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting. And he is playing against William Olsen, who is one of these 4 players. So we have a big clash here between the 2 co-leaders. And maybe let's just go back just a couple of moves. We came here from a Slav exchange, and after castles, white jumped into e5. No, the white knight jumped into e5, knight a5, queen a4.
It's a bit peculiar with a rook on a7, but now after b5, it's quite okay.
Yeah, because
doesn't matter because now it will be up and running. And white has an option here. Either he retreats to d1, which gives black quite a comfortable position, perhaps even slightly better, I don't know. It's a matter of taste.
Yeah.
Perhaps queen a8 and rook c8 or something like that. I don't know. Or I don't know if it's possible to take on b5 with a bishop, if it works, and then try to take with a knight and play for a draw. Rook a6, knight c7, something like that. I don't know. Or if black can deviate with something, rook b7, or I don't know. If you can go b4, it's a bit messy.
Yeah, then I probably will have to go
there. Yeah. Then I don't know. Yeah, you probably take it. It looks good for black. Bishop d3. It doesn't work to take on b5. White has to retreat. It was just a stupid idea.
Well, but I'm sure he's thinking about it, because otherwise queen d1 is the only move, right? So he must be considering it. So 2 games to go in this group. First up, Borsuk against Thorsten Limbach. Thorsten Limbach, one of the lowest rated players, but he has 1 point. Konstantin Borsuk is one of the 4 players on 3 points. And especially after the loss yesterday, he will be looking here to bounce back with the white pieces, and he is up.
In exchange.
Yeah.
So he will win with this. It's a very solid position.
I don't
also
think
he is a much higher rated player. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't think we need to stick around here.
No.
Here, yeah, probably just go and win that game. And Joachim Nilsson, another local player here, playing against Alexander Hacht. And what was this? Another Tarrasch. Oh no, wait. And it was knight c3. d4, d5, knight c3. Sorry, no, then well, not a Chigorin, but I wanted to. But what is this?
It's an odd old opening, which you can play against someone who is very booked up. You can
Mm-hmm.
surprise your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
White has a lead in development. Black has a pawn more, but that pawn is quite weak on e4.
Mm-hmm. Ingmar is asking, which Swedish player in the tournament is hardest to pronounce, Fiona? I feel there's like the problem is some of the names I know how they are supposed to be pronounced, but I just cannot do it myself. For example, let me quickly see. For example, in the GM group, like even people like who was I thinking of? I mean, even Tiger. Like I call him Tiger because we commentate in English, but he's Tiger, right?
In Swedish it's
Yeah,
tiger, but tiger is fine.
yeah. And then there's even Isaac Storm. I mean, this sound of the O of Isaac's name. Like, how do you pronounce it?
Isaac Stormer.
Stormer.
Mm.
Then it was not him. I don't know who is the. I think in general because I speak.
I think Kursuksan. I think that's difficult. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, but it must be it must be a Turkish name, I
Yeah,
imagine.
yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
I imagined it was Kukukshari,
Mhm.
but yeah, sometimes these these different O's and the R's I find a bit tricky. But in general, I feel when you speak German, the names are not too hard. But yeah,
Mhm.
we had a look, Christian, at the All Icelandic match. I think that will be. I'm even wondering if it might be over already. We're on move 30.
Yeah, when we are allowed to agree a draw, or
Yeah, after
after.
move 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So let's catch up and then we will take our first break of the day after looking at this game, knight g3. So as you said, this pawn, queen b6, bishop e2.
mhm. White, if white castles queenside here, he has to be a bit careful because both the queen on b2 and the bishop on g7 is pointing towards b2. Of course, it's no immediate problem, but you have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I would not be too confident here, I think, with my king on c1. Not too happy.
Mhm.
So instead he went bishop e2. Is this a pawn we could consider taking or not at all?
It's possible, yes. Why not? And white can either go for rook b1 or chasing it immediately, or castle. It's also possible, perhaps.
Hmm.
Um,
So currently down 2 pawns, but at least 1 pawn we should get back on e4.
mm.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, it's white has a lead in development here, obviously.
Yeah. And it's not so easy for black. If you move this bishop, then this pawn
Mm.
will be weak. So maybe it's a bit awkward. This knight cannot go to c6.
Mm. Well, the alternative is to play instead of castle. You might play rook b1, queen a5. Now, of course, you can win the pawn on c5 with rook b3, queen a5, rook b5, and then take on c5. But rook is a bit awkwardly placed on c5, perhaps.
Yeah, but maybe it's fine. I mean, okay, let's
It's
say. Do we have to go back?
you can go to a3, but it looks
Yeah.
a bit stupid there. It's possible.
Yeah.
Maybe a draw with rook b3.
I don't think that's what Joachim is looking for, but
No,
yeah.
no.
Okay, yeah, it was interesting,
Just a
at least.
possibility.
Yeah. Instead, black played knight a6, Joachim castled, rook d8, and a3. So now the queen cannot take any longer because it would be trapped.
And also, yeah, now it has no longer has a retreat
Yeah.
square on a3.
Yeah.
And also knight b4 followed by knight takes d5 is prevented. Black can instead, he perhaps wants to play knight c7, but look at his queen. It has no squares at all. So what does white do? Yeah.
And that queen is just lost. Incredible. Yeah, I like Joachim's position, I think.
Mm.
What about you?
I like it too.
Mm.
I prefer to have an easy game instead of one pawn advantage
Yeah,
because games are decided not by one pawn advantage.
absolutely. Okay, Harry, we've seen all the games that are going on. We will take a quick break and then we will come back with the GM group. So don't go anywhere and we will.
Yeah, and it has happened a lot there. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it will be very exciting to
yeah.
return to that.
Oops, sorry. Let me.
How many minutes is it? 15?
The
20?
break.
Yeah.
10.
10. Oh, even better. Even better.
So we will be back in 10 minutes. See you then. And we're back for more here, round 5. I'm still with Grandmaster Harry Schüssler. And Harry, we both had a quick walk around the playing hall. What did you observe?
Well, it's nice even to be in a playing hall these
Yeah,
days. It's a very special atmosphere, of course, and I think I saw a lot of fighting faces
yeah,
there. Mm. A very
absolutely.
tense um, atmosphere. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, it's so nice that finally, after this tough pandemic, pandemic times, which of course are not over yet, but to be able to play here and to have all these fights. So we're back in the GM group. Let's start maybe with Mihail Marin. So we left this after knight c2 and d5, yeah?
Yeah, black was hitting here when white has lost some precious time with
Mm-hmm.
moving the knight to
Those.
a3 and then to c2.
Mm-hmm. And now white reacted with d3.
Not, I suggested taking on d5 and
Yeah,
playing d4 and trying
and
to
giving up
achieve a
that.
draw.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Emil took a different approach. He played d3 and after castles, bishop g5.
Mm. Threatening a pawn on d5
That's true, yeah, with the pin
because
now.
the pin here.
So this was attacked, so bishop e6, defending that pawn, and b4.
He's quite an imaginative
Yeah,
player.
yeah.
Mhm.
b4 is not a move I had on my radar,
Mhm.
and we had some exchanges on b4, and now Mihail closes the center with d4.
We can see here that white is quite a wild player, a creative.
Yeah.
Black is a classical player. He
Mm.
follows his principles and plays the move that suggests itself, more or
Yeah.
less.
An interesting clash of styles here. So queen a4 and a6 is the position on the board now.
Mm.
What do we think of this?
What do you think?
I think I like black actually.
Mm.
I don't know, I feel this bishop. For now, I'm not sure. Although maybe white will play f4 and maybe I will change my mind. But for now, this bishop is not doing anything. This knight for now is not doing anything. I don't know.
Black has two good things with his position. First, it's the pawn structure,
Mm-hmm.
which gives him some space advantage.
Mm-hmm.
As you pointed out, the pawn on d4 is preventing white
Restricting
from,
the
yeah,
knight. Yeah.
from white cannot use a square c3 or
Yeah.
e3. Secondly, then the second good thing from black's perspective is that the knight on e2, it has no immediate future.
Yeah.
So I think that black is slightly better here.
Can white play f4?
Yeah, but black might go, for instance, f6, and then yeah,
So I can't play f4 really.
I don't know, but
Okay, nice.
it's not the move that you
Yeah,
play
like this.
automatically. You have to calculate
Maybe in the
what's
Blitz
happening.
tonight.
Yeah, then you can go f4 immediately.
I'm sorry. Oh. I see, by the way, when we took the coffee in that lobby area, that the registrations are open, and even when I was there, I said someone came up to them and said, "I want to sign up to the Blitz tonight." So I think it will probably be quite well attended.
Mm.
Tournament organizer Carl Frederick, he has said he will be playing.
Mm. Yeah,
Axel, do you
he's
play
quite.
chess at all? Will you play the Blitz?
Maybe.
Maybe even our producer Axel will play, so
Yeah.
should be fun.
Mhm.
Rook c1, rook fc1, which, come on, I want it. I needed that rook on f1.
Mm.
I'm surprised, I have to say, but keeping that rook here,
You protect. You want to have a2 protected,
yeah.
and
I don't like. I also I don't. I'm not sure I like this queen on a4.
No.
I like Moen's position.
Mm. Perhaps black will play something like queen d6, opening up for the rook f8 to move to, for instance, c8
Mm-hmm.
or something like that.
Yeah.
It's also nice to get rid of this pin because
Yes.
the knight on e7 cannot move at the moment.
Yeah.
After queen d6, it can move if it
Mm-hmm.
wishes.
Mm-hmm.
Another option is to play f6
Mm-hmm.
immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also to getting rid of the pin and strengthening e5.
Yeah, and the bishop has to drop back
Yeah.
to d2.
Mm.
And now we can still play a move, queen d6
You have
maybe.
to be careful here. If you put the queen on d6, then white might play b5,
And
later on bishop b4 or
yeah,
something.
something to watch out for.
Yeah.
Okay, we will come back here and let's see how is Tiger getting on.
Mm.
A lot has happened here. Let's go back.
Mm.
So we were somewhere around here.
Mm. White played knight d2
Yeah,
last move, yeah.
yeah.
And why? Well, it's about the control of d5.
Mm-hmm.
It wants to increase its
Go to
possibility to
e3 or
fight
what?
for d5. Yeah, to go
Mm-hmm.
to c4, threatening d6, and later perhaps to e3.
Mm-hmm. And again, this crucial square. And after b5,
It can move another, take
Ash.
another route perhaps.
Yeah,
But
by f1.
of course you have to be careful, for black might play b5, b4. You have to
Mm-hmm.
have an answer ready.
Yeah. Tiger took on f6 now, actually.
Mm. It's logical because d5, that's the fighting area, so
Mm-hmm.
to speak,
Mm-hmm.
battleground.
And after knight f6, played a4.
It's typically Tiger. He wants to do something all the time.
Yeah, now we also see another idea. Well, this pawn is defended for now, so after b4, that knight can jump, and it jumps into d5 finally. But now it changes a little bit.
Yeah.
Instead of the battle for d5, now suddenly there is a pawn on d5.
And now instead of planting a knight on d5, White has other ideas, and that is to use the pawn on d5 to control vital squares, c6 and e6, and to try to create an initiative on the queen side. If it's white's to move here, he might play a. It isn't, but if it.
Yeah, and that's why black played a5
Yeah, because
to
otherwise
stop.
a5, knight c4, knight
Yeah,
b6.
yeah,
And later on attacking b4 and a6,
yeah.
picking up those pawns, winning.
So a5 was maybe more or less forced for black, and now bishop e5, king f8. Is this a little win that we've stopped black from castling, or it
Yeah,
doesn't matter?
it is. But if black instead plays knight bishop d7, then white gets rid of the bishop. Perhaps white doesn't have to take it immediately.
Yeah,
He can go
there's no
knight
rush.
c4. But
Yeah.
for instance, knight c4. If now black castles, what happens then?
We take and give a fork.
Exactly, winning an exchange and the game.
Yeah.
So it's a bit annoying. If black, on the other hand, takes on b5, white gets a passed pawn. I don't know how important that is, but it looks like white has
Looks
an initiative
annoying
here.
for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I think black played king f8. And after castle g6, preparing to castle by hand, get the king to g6. But knight c4, oh, and f5.
In such a hurry.
Yeah.
Why not first king g7? Maybe he wants to play after. He was afraid of f4 or something. He wants to be able
And
to
now
play.
maybe now he can't play this maybe, or
Then check on
check,
d4,
yeah.
picking up the pawn.
Yeah.
So if he plays f5 first, then he is
Can
ready
meet
for
for,
e5, e4. I don't know, maybe
I guess
that's
maybe
the
that's,
reason.
yeah. Queen e1 and now king g7, c3 and b3. Oh, This pawn, I want to eat it.
Yeah, it's. But no hurry, you can have it for breakfast instead.
So are you saying I don't want to chase it immediately?
Yeah, maybe.
What's wrong with queen d1?
I don't know. It's nothing. Of course, d5 is slightly vulnerable, perhaps, but it's not clear if black can, for instance, play bishop b7 or not.
Actually, what if I just play queen here and then I just go and take it with the rook?
White is better here.
Yeah.
b3. I'm not sure it was that good.
Why did black? Okay, this I guess might be dangerous for
Yeah,
the king.
I think that instead of f5, I like king g7, and then if white plays c3, you just take on c3.
And if we play f4?
Yeah, you take that too, and then you put your bishop on f6 or something sensible. And
okay. Does this not look a little bit?
It's good, very good for white, maybe.
I mean, at least I would not like to be black. I don't know. I know the pawn is defended, thankfully. And then I would play.
Maybe it's very good for white. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks like somehow even here something has already gone slightly wrong for black, no? But great news! Great news for Tiger and his numerous fans. Okay, so we'll see. But also a nice time edge, 20 minutes up on the clock. It's looking great.
And also Tiger, he sometimes he collapses in his own time trouble. He needs a lot of time. Because otherwise you don't know what can happen with his position.
But here, this position, 1 hour on the clock, life is good for Tiger right now.
Yeah, he is at least slightly better here. It's not clear that the weakness of the b3 pawn, if that is compensated, black having two bishops, bishop pair, and a nice, seemingly nice pawn center on e5, f5. Probably the white's possibility to pick up the pawn on b3 is more important. So slightly better, at least for white, I guess.
Yeah, so we'll come back to this, and now let's go to the youngsters. Let's start with the tournament leader, Platon Galperin, who's playing against Jungmin Seo. And not so much has happened here. Where did we leave this? We left
before c5, I think. I think c5 wasn't played yet.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm confused it with another. Yeah, so c5.
Yeah, that happened also. I think it was yesterday in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
a5 and then c5.
Very similar to this. That's the game I was trying to remember earlier. I wonder. Okay, anyway, but yeah, we had this very similar, as you say, yesterday. And queen b6 giving up.
Yeah, but saving the pawn on d5. d4, sorry.
Yeah.
Otherwise, white would have taken
that, yeah. And taking on e6, bishop takes, bishop g5, bishop drops back to e7, oops, and e3, rook c8, queen d2, takes.
What do you think about this position?
I mean, at first sight, I really like white. I really like this bishop. I also like this bishop. If I can finish my development. But I guess on the other hand, I don't know. Black for now is controlling the c file. If I can as black, I would probably like to play bishop c5 and get rid of those bishops.
Yeah, I mean, both players' pieces, they are about in the same status, so to speak. Both are developed
On the king side.
Yeah,
Mm.
and they have a rook and knight behind, so to speak. So white has a target, as you pointed out, b7.
Yeah.
The black queen side pawns are slightly weakened. On the other hand, it's not perhaps a big deal. I think Jung-Min Soo wants to win the game. If he plays bishop c5,
it will be very dry. Sure.
The possibilities for black to win will
not disappear, but will be much less.
Yeah, white can simply take on c5, go knight c3. White has no problems at all. Black has still some small problems with the b7 pawn and finding the right squares for the pieces.
But so indeed he has. Oops. Wait.
He did
no, he did. Wait. He did play bishop c5.
Yeah, because if he moves around with the queen, it's not good either.
I don't know.
No, so.
I think also a draw with the white pieces is absolutely not the end of the world for Jung-Min. He is what on? Okay, will be on 2.5. Yeah, and what will he'll need 4 out of 4 actually. So yeah, maybe he is looking for more, but Platon has been so convincing so far throughout the tournament.
And he is realistic. He's such a good player that he also is a realist.
Yeah, let me just refresh very quickly to make sure we have the correct position. But yeah, queen c5. And okay, still a few.
Slightly better for white, but not a big deal.
And let's see Ludwig Carlsson and Milton Pansar.
Yeah, if we said that when black took with a bishop on f6. Yeah, that perhaps was a mistake because it allowed knight e5. More solid would have been to take on f6 with a knight, and then black doesn't have to risk getting the bishop on b7 exchanged for a knight, which happens now because white played knight g5, threatening mate on h7.
Yeah.
Black has to take on g5, and white takes on b7. And now white gets a bishop against knight.
Yeah.
And a very good bishop.
And even this thrown in as well.
It wants to be fancy because if you take on b7 with a rook, at some point white goes white goes c6. And gets an extra pawn and a very valuable pawn as well.
So instead black just recaptured on c5. Now we have not just this beautiful knight against the bishop against the knight, but also this annoying control over the d file, and also these pawns are not the best. So this is looking actually really promising for Ludwig, at least right now. h6, queen d6, queen c8. Go through the moves a bit faster because they've played a lot of moves. And white saying, don't want that draw, that implicit repetition. Offer queen f4. Oh,
he wanted to draw.
No.
No, white is
just
clearly
toying.
Better here. Yeah, and white is clearly better here because he has a bishop against knight and a better pawn structure, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
And also he has a pawn majority on the queen's wing. So even if he doesn't win any of those pawns on a5, a7 or c7, c5, he can create the passed pawn instead. And now his next step is to activate his rooks.
Queen e5, rook c8, and rook d1, and that is the position on the board right now.
White is still better, but black has a solid position, but
As black, do we want to keep the queens or do we want to try and exchange the queens?
Keep them because rook and bishop
Mm-hmm.
is a very good pair to have against rook and knight.
Mm-hmm.
And now, for instance, you can play rook d8 and put the rook on a8, being very active.
Yeah.
And after that, you activate your king, and then slowly prepare for a3, b4, something
And
like that.
create that
White is
fast
clearly
pawn
better here.
you mentioned.
So I wouldn't exchange queens if I were black.
Mm.
On the other hand, if you don't do that, then you have to be careful because white might create another front on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
Later on playing g3, g4, h4 and g5. So white can attack black's king and also have some attacking possibilities against c5 and a7. And the bishop is perfect then because it can
Play on
be
both
active on both
sides.
sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is not a nice
A tough
position for. Yeah. On the other hand, Milton is a very good, strong player. So he normally is a bit stronger than Ludwig.
He has also shown some great resilience already in these. Apparently, Marin blundered. Okay, let's go back there. Ah, no, yesterday. Yesterday. Yeah, Ludwig resisted really well yesterday against Marin. I think that's what they're saying. That's very true, Lone Wolf. And the last game that we haven't seen is this one, Khan Kirkukshari against Isaac Stormer. And let's just go back a little bit. We left this here, yeah?
Yes, after c6, some.
Yeah, c6.
And we said e4, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then b5 was a suggestion
from someone in the chat. Instead, Khan played knight d2, a4, and b4, and took.
I think the idea with a4 is to create the base on b5 here. If we look at what happens here next. I mean, black has a square there to put, for instance, a bishop or something at some point. I guess that's the idea. I'm not sure, but maybe.
And he goes bishop d7, queen d3.
Queen d3, stopping
bishop b5, yeah. So knight a6.
Again, fighting for that square.
And knight f1. Why has white not castled yet?
Because the position is closed. No action in the center. And in such situations, you can allow yourself to waste
some time.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we make of this?
Well, white has a space advantage because of due to the pawn on d5 especially, and he has the bishop pair. So he's slightly better.
Yep, I would be very happy.
But black has this square on b5.
But for now, I mean, even if we can, but yeah, the bishop will be
great, but you cannot attack with one piece, it's true.
That's true, but I mean, white will never will find it hard to castle now, at least in the near future.
But you can play queen d2 and then later knight e3.
What
f3,
happens if I try to play for f5 now that your king is stuck in the center? I don't know.
It's possible. Maybe white plays even
Do
f3.
I want to go? Maybe I want to go somewhere else, so I don't give you this tempo. How about if I go here and maybe
knight e3?
Okay.
I like knight g4 better because when you can go to h6 and support f5.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. You're saying maybe f3?
Maybe. Even g4, it looks stupid.
G4?
Yeah, it looks stupid. I don't want to suggest it.
But
if you go knight e3, then black might play f5.
F5, yeah, and suddenly, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. It's not clear anymore.
Yeah.
So
And especially Isaac, after everything I've heard about him, this sounds to me like what you were
it's
describing.
his style. He's aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight g4 is a possibility.
Mm.
Of course, white might play bishop h3 after bishop b5, queen d2. Yeah.
Sorry, after.
You wanted to play first bishop b5.
Oh yeah, sorry, of course.
And now knight
Knight
g4,
g4.
bishop h3. Strange move to prevent f5 later. After knight h6, knight e3, you have some control.
And what if can I go f5?
And if I take, maybe knight f6. I don't know. It's a bit strange.
Yeah,
f5
it's a bit
perhaps.
Okay, bishop b5 has been played.
Mm.
Okay, interesting. We might get this. Let's see.
Yeah, but I like your idea, knight g4. Try to be active.
This is
Because
good.
white has wasted quite a lot of time
Yeah.
and has not yet castled. So it's logical to try to do something here before white organizes his position, his pieces.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to you. So I think we've updated all the games in the GM group. Let's have a quick look. I think the game between the two Icelanders in the IM1 had and the IM2 had ended in a draw, although it doesn't appear. Let's go to the IM1 group. And maybe we start with what was this one was quite interesting.
Black played very dynamically here.
Yeah, and are they only
Carlson line.
Are they only on move 13 still? Right, did we? So we saw this.
Queen e6, yeah.
Tree and castles. Let me just refresh real quick because I don't know, maybe we're not getting them. Or maybe because Keneskog, when I was in the playing hall, I think they had about even time. So maybe Keneskog did spend a lot of time on these last couple of moves. I'm not sure. So if this position is correct, it hasn't changed too much.
I mean, when he played his last move, castle,
Yeah.
kingside, he had an option. He could play even more aggressively with h5, trying to disturb white with h5, h4, because g3 is weakened. But he might have spent a long time calculating the consequences of that move.
But when we last checked, had he already played castles?
Maybe.
We'll just move on from here because I'm not sure if
perhaps we are lacking some moves.
Yeah. I think we might. Okay, let's see Jan. Jan Johansson
as black.
As black.
In a filler draw.
Yeah. So after
your
bishop.
favorite opening, or at least one of your.
Not quite.
One of your many weapons.
I had to decide that it didn't fit my style, and that I needed to stop playing it because I feel I'm more of an attacking player, and this just a lot of the positions I was getting were not fitting.
Too passive.
Yes. King h1, rook e8, f4, and this bishop e6.
First, it's typical for a strong player to move a king from g1 to h1, getting rid of the pressure along the diagonal from the black queen.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't strictly necessary immediately, it's just a sign that we have a player here who takes measures in advance.
Prophylaxis, as we call it, of course. And now f4 and e5.
I was watching the in the playing hall before bishop e6, and black took quite some time there, and I understand that he perhaps didn't like to give white the possibility to disrupt the black pawn chain, which
Mm-hmm.
after bishop e6 is possible. On the other hand, he has to develop.
Mm-hmm.
He has to get the bishop out
Yeah.
in the air. Now white did take on e6, which is the more strategical way of playing.
He didn't, yeah?
No, I mean if you take there, then black's pawns will be scattered
Yeah.
somehow.
Can you take with the knight, maybe?
It's possible, but then you can play. White has a bishop pair,
Mm-hmm.
and they might play
Quite a nice
f5 or
bishop pair as
e5
well.
or something like that,
Yeah.
or even take on e6 followed by e5.
Mm-hmm. And if I go pawn takes,
Then perhaps e5.
e5, yeah.
And if you take, then even f5 maybe. I don't know. Strange move.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
But
bad.
interesting.
Maybe it's better to just take. Don't trying to be fancy. Yeah, I don't know. What do you
The
think?
knight is a nice one on d5, actually.
We might play queen g4.
Mm-hmm.
Then with ideas like bishop h6 and
But
so on.
that's why I'm curious if after this and e5, will it help me at all to play this immediately?
Yeah, I don't know. The black king side is slightly weakened here. There are no longer any pawn on f7.
Yeah.
So black has to be a bit careful,
Yeah.
because possibly white will suddenly just attack. So have to be careful.
Yeah, that queen is joining the game very quickly.
Yeah.
The bishop could also.
But it looks playable for black anyway.
Yeah. And now after e5, black is thinking. White has spent a lot of time, actually.
Yeah, black can go knight d5 or take on e5. I guess that's the main options. Black does not have time for bishop takes a2 or something like that, because white takes on here probably.
Yeah.
And or maybe no, it looks stupid. If it take on a2, it doesn't work, but we have to find out why. Take on f6 with bishop. Now white will take on e8, because otherwise black will exchange on e1 and take on d4. So black takes with the rook. And now my idea was that if you take with the rook on a2,
what have you prepared for me?
Then you can take on d4 and play rook e1 and pick up the bishop. And it looks roughly at least equal for black, because the rook on a2 is...
Maybe black is even better on taking.
d6 is hanging, but...
c2 is... Ah, no, there's... yeah, there is a background mate. Oh, I would love to get my queen in here.
Yes, knight e5 is threatened also, perhaps.
Can I not do anything?
Maybe.
Because now... I don't know. But here we've gone a long way down, and if after
knight
rook...
e2 or something. I don't know. It looks fine for black, at least.
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
queen
here
b8
would
or
be quite happy, I guess.
Yeah.
But if...
But so instead, white has to take with the knight. And now what? Now, of course, the bishop on c1 is protected.
Even twice.
Yeah.
A good measure.
Do you see any
tricks? No. We're running out of pieces a little bit now. Or is there anything?
And if you take on a4, you don't have compensation enough, do you? You have two pawns. And b2 is hanging.
Maybe a little.
It's not completely clear.
Yeah, and actually, black has captured. Black actually did capture.
On a2?
Yeah.
He did that. Okay, so he goes for this weird line. Yeah. That's
Wow,
interesting.
this is going to be very, very interesting.
And the reason could be that he thinks that this line it looks fine,
Yeah,
or it's a desperate attempt. He sees that the alternatives
we're
looks
not
bad.
so. Yeah,
We don't know.
but it's going to be very, very interesting.
Mm.
And let's see, quick look at Martin Jokstad and Edwin Trost. White has picked up a pawn, but opposite color bishops. A lot of, I mean, white is probably just a pawn up, yeah? Or
Yes,
does black have
but
any?
White's possibilities to use that extra pawn is very limited, because when you advance later on the queen side, black can easily block the
The
advance
advance, yeah.
with bishop c5 and put the bishop on b6 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the other bishop, which is now on b7, it cannot help
Yeah.
the pawn in its advance. So I think, of course, white is better, pawn more, but it will probably end in a draw.
True. Yeah.
White needs to keep rooks here to have any chance to win, which is not easy.
No.
Because what to do with rook.
Yeah, no. Black is controlling this d file. By the way, there's someone in the chat called the Chess Turk who is sending you the best regards, and he apparently you were playing a match or something against Komodo in Stockholm, and he was the operator of
Yeah. I
Komodo.
remember him. Yeah. Hello. Nice.
Okay, yeah, it's nice to see all these people here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And moving on, Adrian Söderström. With black against Axel Falke. What is this madness? Let's go back.
Black sacrificed a pawn with d5 in martial style, as someone pointed out.
So this knight f4?
Yeah, and white played... White didn't... We expected knight f3, yeah?
f3, yeah. And we even thought that it was more or less the only move.
Yeah, instead queen g4. Interesting. Yeah, maybe that's good, yes. Because now the knight on g2, it looks a bit...
But look at the time situation. Looks like Adrian has spent almost all his time on these two moves, knight g2 and bishop d6.
Wait, what happened? Can we move back or one? Yeah. 94, yeah? White played?
Yeah.
And 94, of course, now the knight on g2 is hanging. Yeah. So black has to do something against that. And if he goes knight h4, then maybe white will take on e7, queen takes, and bishop g5, picking up a piece.
Yeah. Yes.
Or wait. I was thinking, can you play? What if you play knight f3 now? White has to take, and now bishop takes the bishop now. Bishop
I know
takes
you take here, yeah.
Yeah, or even take on g5.
But then I defend.
Yeah, no, take on e4, of course.
Yeah.
What's happening now? Does it look equal?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Or can white play simply queen g3 and win?
Or queen e3, what did you say?
Both is possible. Queen g3 is more active, perhaps. Maybe queen e3 is better, because then you protect your pawn later on e4. Queen e3 is fine, instead of... Sorry.
But both are probably,
yeah. And the next move, when black has moved his queen, you take, and you have two bishops. So it doesn't work.
No. Yeah.
So instead he didn't play knight h4, he played bishop d6. Perhaps because of this.
Yeah. And now...
What about rook g5?
Rook g5, and Lone Wolf is saying the engine is saying white is winning. I'm not surprised somehow that this is rook g5. Hitting G7.
And the knight on G2 is also in danger,
Yeah, how
of
do you
course.
defend against all these?
Well, if the engine says white
Yeah.
is winning, you can. The answer is you cannot.
And I mean, Rook G5 looks like the natural move, no?
Mm, mm. Queen G4 was quite strong,
Yeah,
it seems.
yeah.
We
Maybe
we
black
didn't
couldn't take
see
then.
that. No, but what can you do? Knight G6 perhaps,
Mm,
but it's a bit passive.
yeah,
Maybe that was a correct move,
yeah.
though.
Well, looks like white is on his way. We'll come back. We'll see. Is Marie...
White hasn't moved yet, no?
White has not moved now.
Okay, so or rather the engine suggests Rook G5, yeah?
This lone wolf didn't say, just said the engine says it's winning.
Mm.
If you want, we can check for the first time in the broadcast. We will.
No, but
No?
it's cheating. No.
Okay, we don't check. But I mean,
We lose our jobs if we
if
give it to
we
the
get...
engine, huh?
That's true. But Rook G5 looks like
But even Bishop E5 looks interesting.
Bishop G5
Yeah, and then
and some
Knight F6 later,
knight
or
F6.
Bishop F6.
A lot of tempting options. That's why White is thinking, but surely I'm sure he will find. You can tell us, Lone Wolf. You can tell us. And let's see, Maria, you were thinking this was already looking very tough when we left it.
Yeah,
She
Black
did
had
go for this G5.
such a passive position. Mm.
Yeah, she went for G5, but we thought this probably not enough. Let's quickly see. Oh, and Harry, sorry, just to... Oh, and she has lost the game already. Let's very quickly see what happened. But those pawns.
And also the diagonal. Look at the monster bishop on B2.
Yeah,
Mm. And compared to the black
the
bishop on
counter. Yeah,
D7.
yeah. Queen G4, and white is already up 2 pawns. Black takes one back, but that king.
No,
Sorry.
white has a piece more.
Oh, white is a piece. Sorry, of course.
Black
What am I
sacrificed the
saying?
piece on
Yeah. Sorry,
G3.
of course.
So black has 2
Yeah,
pawns
for the piece.
for a piece, but no, in fact he has 3 because the bishop on D7 it's like a pawn.
Yeah, and black just resigned
Because if he go there, then you can play. You can have lots of moves. Yeah, that's a very good move. Rook AD1 simply now,
yeah.
and it's a marvelous position for white.
That is true. And apparently, so that's the first result in. Apparently, the move uh, is Rook H. I don't know if it's the only winning move, but apparently the strongest is even Rook H5.
That's a bit strange, but maybe it's because white creates a threat of bishop g5 followed by knight f6, and if then black moves the king in the corner, he will be mated with rook takes h7.
H7, very nice.
And the computer has foreseen this, perhaps.
Apparently, also Rook G5, the move. Actually, all these moves are all winning. So
I don't think he will go rook h5. It's a bit artificial, don't you think?
yeah,
Or
I agree. I expect Rook G5, I have to say.
it's more straightforward, logical.
We will see what he comes up with, but he's in great shape. Okay, quick look at IM group number 2, where we've had 2 draws already. One draw between the 2 Icelanders, and one draw between Leo Krevatin and William Olson. So we left it here after b5, right?
Mm.
What?
That's not correct,
No,
I'm sure.
And let's see. B5, Queen D1 was played. Knight D7, takes, takes. Bishop D3, takes, takes. Rook C2. I think we just had some mass liquidation.
I think we at least I said that white had some no, black had some initiative because of the possibility to plant the knight on c4, but white has managed to neutralize that quite nicely,
yeah.
not making any obvious mistake.
Yeah, so both players still on a great score of 3.5 out of 5. And let's see what's
when did it end there?
Sorry,
what was
it
the
ended
final position?
Here.
We just agreed a draw here.
Yeah.
But
No,
they have not
they
made.
have not made. Yeah.
They have not made 30 moves.
Yeah, maybe they just forgot. I don't know if the arbiter is really enforced that they have to continue. Good morning, Truth.
What happens if you agree to draw, not obeying the Sophia rules? Do you lose the game or?
I don't think you. I think the arbiter can enforce that you have to. Because in general, I think what happens in the big events, at least, you have to call the arbiter to approve the draw.
To ask for
and
permission,
then
so
here,
to speak.
and here the arbiter should say no.
But I mean, couldn't they have played 2 more moves or something?
Yeah, my guess is maybe they just forgot.
Okay.
Is my guess.
A draw anyway.
Draw was agreed. And let's see. Oh. Let me refresh to make sure. What is this, Harry? Let's go back. This was this Thomas. I think Thomas Ernst took on F5 on H3 after all, because when I went, no. So he took here. We were not sure why he didn't.
But why didn't protect after Bishop F5?
Why didn't he play?
White could have perhaps protected, but he didn't.
He didn't. No.
Kim Nygren, the white player here, is very, very aggressive and very sharp tactician. So I guess he looks at that pawn on h3. And
who needs that?
Who needs that? And who wants to have the queen on g2 when it instead can be in a position to attack?
Yeah.
So he doesn't care about
Be my guest.
Yeah.
Thomas obliged, and now bishop f4, bishop g4, queen e4, g5. Bishop drop back, bishop f5. Queen exchange was declined by black. G4.
They don't want to create a mess. I mean, a normal player would just put the bishop on g6 and see what happens next, and then maybe attack with bishop g7, pawn on e5. But no.
No
normal moves, please.
Hello, Rana, as well.
And look, white, same style.
And black desperately holding on to his queen. Queen c3, rook c8, queen a5, but now black just takes that pawn.
Yeah.
And black is up a pawn. But a7 was hanging.
But if you compare those two pawns, d4 was a very important pawn, protecting the white king. A7 is not important at all.
And now f5. And that is the position right now.
And the idea, I think, behind f7, f5, it's to open up a possibility for the black queen to go to h5 and combine an attack with the bishop on the white king.
Because if white takes,
I guess he will play check.
I have to go here, I guess.
Bishop f3, perhaps.
It's my only move, right?
Yeah, but what do you do after queen h3?
Resign.
It's your move.
Yeah, now I resign. I congratulate you on a well-played game. I mean, could this just be over? Or close to over? Okay, what
Yeah.
if I go with knight g3?
Then you can
F,
use a pawn,
then
f4.
f4, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm running out of ideas, Harry.
Yeah, but if I mean, look at the white king, and white has put the bishop on a7. He deserves to lose. Sorry, Kim, but it's well, it's well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, might just be over, yeah? Or very close to
But
over.
he's very creative. Maybe he finds some way out.
I don't know, rook. I
Something
know
something
this
like
is,
that.
but this is
Yeah,
already.
some strange move.
No, this doesn't look good. This does not look good. We'll come back here. My guess is, I don't know if it will still be going. We'll see. Konstantin Borzuk against, this was just a position with the x to exchange, and it looks like that pawn is going to decide the game quite soon.
Yeah, it's not that interesting.
And let's see, Joachim Nilsson against Alexander Hacht.
Mm.
What is this? Let's just go back a few moves after rook d1. White had given up a pawn here, and now he recaptures on e4.
Mm.
And black does not take here.
Which is the normal thing is to play queen takes b2 or something, but
We can't.
maybe he is afraid to do some queen d4, yeah, or take. But if you take on a1, white might take and then go c3, and if you take on d5, white plays queen a2, hitting both the rook and the bishop.
If you take,
If
wait,
no, you cannot
d5,
even take there immediately. Sorry, but the bishop is trapped.
yeah. Oh. So instead, black went knight c7.
But you could have taken on b2
Oh yeah,
and then
sorry.
played
That's true. Queen d4.
d4, maybe. Then maybe, yeah, this looks a bit unclear. What do you think?
I know, here I can't take.
I mean,
Yeah, it's not
e4 is hanging in.
as well, yeah. I think in these
And
positions,
a1, of
I
course.
think very often black, the lower rated player, trusts the opponent a bit. Sometimes they can, I mean, maybe we're missing something as well, but sometimes it can be that white might be bluffing a little bit, and black tends to, I think in general, the lower rated player tend to trust their stronger rated opponents a bit too much.
Yeah, but if you don't take, I mean, black played something else here, yeah. Then white has a clear grip now.
Yeah.
Because this pawn on d5 is very annoying for black. There is possibility to advance it to d6, and it also hampers black's piece movement.
Yeah,
So white has a clear grip, and c5 is quite weak as well.
that's true.
So I don't like the black position. I would rather gamble for queen takes b2.
I absolutely agree, yeah. Bishop e3, bishop a4. Wow. So giving up the exchange.
Interesting.
I don't feel there was a need to do that. I think I still like white.
He's in that mood.
Yeah. And now black doesn't trust anymore. Now black says, I will take that.
I wouldn't have taken on c5 with a knight. I prefer to take on with a pawn. Because when e6 is still hanging, even if you cannot take it immediately, when you take with a knight on c5, you solve black's problem of where to put the knight.
Yeah.
So I like b takes c5 more.
No, okay. I mean, now it's just a full exchange.
Yeah, but white has, I mean, for
Can we
instance, white can
take-
take there, for instance, yes, b7.
And
Maybe.
those pawns look scary.
They are. And white's bishops are well placed also. And,
Do you think white is better?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, interesting game. We will come back, but let's go back to the GM. Oops, the GM group. We'll bring back the GM standings as well, and let's go. Where do you want to start, Harry?
Which game you mean?
Yeah, in the GM group.
Um, I don't know. Tiger or
Let's go to Tiger.
Or you mean so?
Oh. Oh. So, wait, where did we leave this one off? Did we forget to check in with Tiger earlier? No, so we saw it after King F8. Oh no, sorry. Oops. So we saw
Until B3 for black, I think.
yes. So until B3, and now Tiger played Queen D1.
Which was your
Yeah,
choice,
which
I
was
think.
my Although I later maybe changed my mind, but immediately I'm targeting that pawn on B3 and F4.
Wait, he did play H5 as well somewhere. No?
Yeah, he played H5.
That was earlier, perhaps, yeah.
Let me just refresh to make sure that we have the right move order. So Queen D1 and yeah, H5 was played here.
Okay.
So H5, F4 takes, and Queen check, King H6, Bishop C6.
You know, it's typically Tiger. You know, many players they would just take on F4, but he wants to make it more complicated, and he has some wild ideas he wants
That he
to
wants
test.
to, yeah.
You know, Bishop C6 was not necessary. You could take on F4 simply, but that's typically Tiger.
And even now he doesn't take it. He plays Rook E1.
No.
Rook F8, and finally Queen takes F4.
Reluctantly, probably. He has to play a normal move.
And G5.
Yeah, because black couldn't play Bishop G5 because D6 is hanging. So that's why he instead plays G5.
And Tiger played Queen E3.
Threatening, of course, E7.
Yeah, threatening. I mean, I really like Tiger's position a lot.
He has to play, black has to play Bishop F6, I guess. And then does white want to play H4?
I was wondering.
Or does he have another plan? Why do you like it that much?
No, I the position.
Yeah, I thought you said you liked
the position. I like it very much. I don't know. I feel that this king is a little bit not so safe. This rook is completely out of the game. Cannot even join via
It's true.
A7.
It's true. That rook looks stupid.
That rook is. I actually, in fact, I think his bishop C6 at least. In hindsight, I like it forcing. If it forced the rook to A6, then probably a nice intermediate move. And I just feel, I don't know, I've got nice. Black cannot fight for the E file. This bishop, the best it can do is exchange itself, but
I agree.
Cannot go here because pawn will be hanging. And he has gone H4. No. Yeah, this is on the board.
I think that it has a logical reason for that, because the black rook on the queen side, it's, as you said, it's stacked. In order to use that, you have to create a new area, combat area, somewhere else. And with H4, he does that. So he wants to play on the king's wing with an extra rook. And of course, it's always a danger that black will sacrifice on c6. You have to watch out for that. But yeah.
And f4, okay, if we take, Now, where do we go? At least
Maybe
now the
queen
bishop
d4,
maybe
maybe,
is
or
queen d4. Mhm.
what do you want to do now? If you play bishop g4 to develop the bishop, to create some
Yeah.
stability on the queen's wing, then white might be able to play bishop b7, threatening the rook.
If you
And then the rook has
nowhere
to go. It has to go to a8, in fact. When you take it, and then you take on d6, winning probably.
Tiger, by the way, has not taken on g5. He played queen d2.
Yeah, it's typical. That's why he isn't a 2,700 player, because he wants to do something all the time, something out of space.
But it's again probably a strong move because black cannot really take. I guess you can't give this up. I mean, what do you do as black?
It's true, but on the other hand, if you had taken on g5, you could have put the queen on d4, which is a better square, I would say.
Is there any
For
chance
instance,
black could have taken with the... No, f4 was hanging. No.
Yeah, if he wants to leave the playing hall quickly, you take with the king. Yeah. Black might be able to play rook a7 here to activate the rook.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
The
That's an
engine,
option.
we're getting again some cheater feedback that apparently the engine doesn't like queen d2 at all.
No, of course not. It's a tiger move. But he will probably win because his opponent is so confused by now.
I mean, yeah, h takes, I would play it immediately, but as you say, he has his own ideas.
He's a very creative player.
Yeah. Okay, we will see. We will come back here. Tiger has more time on the clock than this, by the way. This is not correct. So plenty of time for him to think about. Well, I know, so it's black to move. What did black played rook a7? Okay, we'll come back here. Let's see what is happening in this Isaac game. So and this happened. So no, wait.
We suggested, or you suggested, knight g4 previous move
so wait, bishop b5. He played rook c8.
Yeah,
I wanted this.
Knight g4 was perhaps stronger also.
Maybe it was at least interesting for sure.
I have full confidence in your choice here.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And after g6, f3. No, it's not the same. Now f5 is controlled. So bishop, that beautiful bishop on b5 dropped back. Now I don't. Now maybe black is fine, but I prefer to try for this f5.
It looked more enterprising, at least. What do you think? Who's better here? And why is white slightly better?
I guess black is maybe a little bit cramped. I don't know. Let me think about this one. Do we want to play f4? You're looking probably for a more general answer, yeah? Why is white a little bit better? Okay, first of all, we have a bit more space. A lot more space, maybe. In the center. This is probably a long-term weakness.
White has a problem here, though. He has a good bishop, which is not so good, because it looks good.
Yeah.
It could become good, but it's biting into stone on e5, and it's also hampered by the pawns on a3 and b4. So if black plays, for instance, knight b5, white has to retreat to
Yeah.
b2. And it's a bit passive, but it could become a monster later on.
Yeah, that's why when I highlighted this pawn, I was wondering in the future, maybe someday, I would love to get that bishop to d4 to b4. But for now, it's just wishful thinking.
Now, white probably has to getting the rooks into the game,
But also,
and then later on play
can I
something
not
like
jump?
f4.
Okay, play bishop b2. What would happen if I, apologies, if I jump into c4?
You mean that the knight b6 is obviously a threat now, yeah?
Yeah, but it's just a one move shot, yeah. But even here I cannot take because
It's true.
so maybe.
So queen b5, maybe, yes. It's possible.
Yeah. So bishop b2, and okay, I mean white is also not in a rush, I guess.
Or rook ac1.
Yeah.
I mean, you can wait one move with putting the bishop on b2. But it's not. But black has no really good plan, because if he plays f5, then he helps to activate the bishop on b2. So it's very risky to go f5.
Yeah.
And if you don't go f5, then you have no
Active plan.
So
Yeah.
it's not so easy for
Yeah,
black.
Khan is probably doing well here. So we'll come back for now. Let's see how is Jung Min getting on. We saw that he reluctantly had to give up this bishop with c5. Knight c3, knight c6.
And we said that perhaps white is a tiny bit better here because of the slightly weak pawns on a5 and b7, but black is more or less fine, but very tiny.
So let's see, did he
Advantage.
manage to solve all his problems? Queen g5, queen b4, rook c2, defending the pawn, h6, queen drops back, bishop f5, a3, a nice little intermezzo, sending the queen back, and rook d2. Takes, and knight d5. Knight a4, and queen d4.
I'm not sure I would have taken with a knight on d2. That surprised me a little bit.
If queen takes, can we go rook d8?
Queen c1. It's a bit passive,
No,
perhaps.
no.
Okay.
So he took with the knight, knight e5.
And he put the knight on e5 in order to prevent knight c4. And also, he's threatening perhaps knight d3.
Yeah, absolutely. No, queen d4.
I don't like really the way white is playing here, because he decentralizes his knight. He plays knight f3 to d2, and then he puts the other in some kind of danger on a4.
Yeah.
What's the point? The knight position on c3, it was quite okay.
Absolutely, I
Why
agree.
don't I
Sam in the
activate your
chat
rook
also
instead?
doesn't like this knight. The knight on the rim.
Who doesn't?
Sam is my only student. We do lessons together on stream. He's from the Cotswolds in the UK, and he's been watching us almost every day, so sending much greetings to Sam.
Yeah, it's obvious that he has a great teacher, because he's
We
right
work,
here.
we work more on the basics, but I think that's interesting, because Sam is He's rated around 12, 1300 online rating, but I think it's interesting that even for these people, a move like knight a4, it just feels a bit.
But I mean, we haven't seen the next move. Maybe we
That's
have
true.
to
Maybe there is
reevaluate.
some.
I mean, White has an interesting move here, and that is Queen c5.
Queen c5. Okay.
And the basic idea is that e5 is hanging if the
Yeah.
black queen moves
Yeah.
away.
I have one question for you, Harry. What if I'm very greedy
And take.
and take
And after rook b8.
and rook b8?
Don't. How you want to go there? Okay.
I don't believe in it myself, but let's
Now,
see.
for instance, knight d3, threatening the queen and the knight, so you have to take maybe. Black takes with the bishop. Now the rook is hanging, and the bishop.
And if
Maybe queen c7.
yeah, that's what I was thinking, but
Maybe queen a7 now.
you're so resourceful. Yeah.
This is not at all forced, so
Yeah.
but queen c5 is to take on b7. It's a bit risky.
It feels like it shouldn't work.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
maybe it's okay, but
I don't
it's very
think,
risky.
Yeah, I don't think it's okay. It doesn't feel okay.
Yeah, but maybe if you take on no, it's risky.
Yeah.
And queen c5 is another option.
So queen c5. And if I take here, you take.
Now the bishop on f5 is obviously hanging, so is the pawn on b7.
Oh. Maybe I don't take on d2. Okay, I have to do something.
Maybe you can go rook d8. Because if you take on d4 and black takes with rook, then both white's knights
That would be embarrassing. Yeah.
So then what does white do here? It's not complete. Well, black threatens to take on c5 and then on d2. Knight b3, it looks very strange, doesn't it?
But I can just take, no? Ah, the bishop is also hanging. And if I...
Yeah, you can play like that.
Just take everything.
Yeah, but then take on a5 and it's...
I missed this one.
It's more or less equal.
Yeah.
Very slightly better for white, maybe.
Okay,
it's very complicated.
Let's see what happens.
But I mean, if you do a move, if you play a move like knight a4, then you have to
follow
an
it up
ID
with
somehow.
something. Absolutely.
Yeah, because your knights, they are in danger.
Yeah. Let's see the last two games we have, and then we will take a second and last break of the day. So rook, where did we leave this one? This Ludwig game. We were somewhere here, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere here, and we said that white, black is perhaps a stronger player in general, a very solid player, a good defender, as you pointed out. But white has a grip here.
Yeah.
It has a bishop against knight, and black has problems with especially the pawn on c5, but also the pawn on a7 and the D file.
Yeah, actually, we had it already. I had seen it until here, I just realized.
That's correct.
And A4.
A4 is an ugly move, but maybe it's good.
Mm.
It's better to have an ugly pawn on A4 than to lose it on A2. But of course, you would prefer to have a more dynamic, flexible pawn situation because
Yeah.
you would like to be able to play A3 and B4. A4 is really ugly.
By the way, Sebas, I don't know who that is. It looks like he might be from Argentina. He's saying, "Hi Fiona, hi Harry. Nice to see you again analyzing classical games. Thanks, it's very interesting and helpful." Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that, Sebas, and I'm glad.
Greetings to Argentina.
Yeah, greetings to Argentina indeed, if that is what the Arch stands for. So yeah, A4, Queen B6, and Rook D3.
Mm.
Okay, white is still, I guess, a bit better, but as you said, we've lost this
This,
option.
yeah. So perhaps instead White wants to um, admire his own position because he
Mm-hmm.
has quite a nice position with active queen, bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and rook,
Mm-hmm.
and then try to, when he has admired for some time, he realizes that he has to do something also, and then he will play something like G4, H4, and G5 or something
Yeah,
to create a second battle.
front.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we will come back here. Quick look at Mihail Marin, and then we'll go and have a look inside the playing hall. See what's going on over there.
This is good for a short nap because it's quite a boring position, isn't it? Black is slightly better though
Mm-hmm.
because it has a space advantage,
Yeah,
but it's nothing to put in a newspaper, this position.
absolutely. So, off to take our nap we go.
Yep, 15 minutes or
Yeah, like 10,
10,
15.
10, sorry.
I think 10 because there's some players already dropping. Let's make it 12. Do you
12
want to make
minutes.
it 12?
Okay.
Okay, we'll be back in 12 minutes. See you guys soon. Okay, so we are back and we have some big news. All the games that we have been looking at today were all played, but they were all played by different players than what we thought. There was one game
We're
that
very sorry about this,
yeah,
I have
we're
to
really
say.
sorry. It's not our fault, it's the live board. Sometimes there's issues. So basically everything we said just remained correct, except for example when we were criticizing Tiger, instead we should have been criticizing
Ludwig Carlson.
Ludwig Carlson, and so on and so forth. To make our task a little bit easier, this was the only correct game, Mirzoev against Marine, and it has ended in a draw after our nap.
Mm, mm,
They decided that is over.
mm. And it looks also logical because
Absolutely.
it's an equal position.
Absolutely. And this game where we liked White's position, actually, this was not Ludwig Carlson against Panzer, but it was
Platon.
Golperin, yeah, Platon against Jungmin.
So, yeah.
And they agreed a draw.
And there is also some logic behind this because White took the first available chance to offer a draw.
Mm-hmm.
That is after 30 moves
Yeah.
had been played by
Yeah.
him. And he is still better.
Mm-hmm.
He has a grip, which we
Mm-hmm.
said before.
Mm-hmm.
Strong pieces, queen, rook, bishop are all active, and possibilities to advance with a G and H pawn to create a second battlefield.
Yeah.
So White is better, but he has a situation where he needs 5 more draws to
Mm-hmm.
achieve a GM norm,
Mm-hmm.
and he plays against a very um,
Promising.
promising, aggressive, and strong player.
Yeah.
So it's logical that he doesn't
Want to risk.
no. So he offered a draw, and it was also logical that Jung Min So accepted because he
Absolutely.
has no prospects
Yeah.
here really. So that this game
That
ended in a
explains.
draw.
Absolutely. So this game, now you can discard the names. Tiger is not actually Tiger. This is actually Ludwig Carlson with the white pieces playing against Milton Panzer. Um, and so what has happened quite a bit. This was a game where we were mystified by this queen d2 move. So
We suggested h takes g5, bishop takes g5, queen d4, and the advantage with this way of playing is that the rook on a6 looks really very stupid.
because it
It's
doesn't have.
contained. It
Yeah.
has nowhere to escape, so to speak. And instead, White played queen d2,
Mm-hmm.
allowing the black rook to activate itself.
Absolutely. And so Milton might be back in the game. Let's see what happened.
At least the rook is back in
At
the
least
game.
Rook is back in the game. That's very true. Bubblenator in the chat is making a great point. If you don't know who's playing, then we cannot be biased. So maybe.
It's very good. That's, I think, is the idea behind this technical
Yeah,
confusion. No?
probably. A lone wolf is saying, "What is the problem?" I don't know. It must be some that the boards are configured not configured wrong, but that the wrong names, maybe the wrong name tags were put on the wrong boards or something like this. But I will let them know, and hopefully for tomorrow it will be fixed. So now rook e6, an exchange sacrifice, which is declined by black. Black did not take that rook. Why not?
Well, White will of course take with a pawn if that happens, and will get a very strong pawn on e6, and will also get a very dominant position on the white squares.
Mm-hmm.
The bishop on c6, it was in fact slightly out of play before,
Yeah.
but now it can retreat
Yeah.
to d5, for instance,
Mm-hmm.
and also the pawn on d6 is threatened.
Yeah.
So black wanted to keep the white squared bishop to guard against an infiltration on the
Mm-hmm.
white squares, and also did not want to allow the white pawn to move from d5 to e6.
Yeah, absolutely. So rook g6, king takes, and finally that pawn drops. This pawn has been standing there forever. And bishop g4, and we are back in the current position now with Milton being quite low on time.
Mm.
Milton a pawn up.
But
Ludwig a pawn up.
but it's quite a dramatic change here because before it was black who had a big problem to
Mm-hmm.
activate his pieces, rook on a6,
Mm-hmm.
bishop on c8. Now it's white who has a queen on b3. What is it doing there? And a bishop on c6, which is locked out somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So black was probably, I guess, lost before. Now he's,
Very much alive.
yeah.
And fighting with those bishops, we might see some, I don't know,
Mm.
something.
Mm.
So very interesting, very, very interesting position. We'll come back here very shortly. Let's just explain which games
Yeah,
are
this is Ludwig Karlsson as white against Milton Panza. Two
exactly.
young Swedish players, very talented, both of them.
Indeed. And the Tiger game is this one. So this game is in fact Tiger Hillar Persson against Kazakowski.
Yeah,
And okay, what has happened here?
black has gambled a little bit. We said here before that white was slightly better because he has a potentially monster bishop on the diagonal here.
Yeah.
But he had a problem, and that problem has black has helped to solve now.
Yeah.
Because the problem was that black had a pawn on e5 and a pawn on f6, blocking the bishop from being really active.
So you don't like that move?
If you have a concrete reason for it, it might be good. But if you don't have that, then it's a disaster to play it.
Yeah.
Because now, of course, it's dangerous for black. He has to watch out for that bishop on b2 and the diagonal.
Yeah. Knight c4
Aha. Mm.
takes.
Did this
Queen.
happen?
This happened apparently.
Yeah, it was a sacrifice.
Yeah. He's looking for a perpetual, and he will get it.
Yeah.
Was this? Is there nothing we could
This
do
was
about
probably
this
his idea from the start.
when he took an f4? Yeah?
Let's see. White has just taken the knight on c4, accepted the offer, and black played queen g4. Now white has two moves. King h1, which was played, and king f2. Can he play king f2? What happens then? Well, if black just takes with the queen on f4, then white runs away with king e2 or king e1. But maybe black's idea is to take with the knight on f4, because it threatens queen g2 or something like that, or queen e2. And it's not so easy for white to protect everything here. Or can he? One idea is knight e3, which might run into rook c2 check.
Very nice, actually. And where is the
Where's
the
the
mate?
We'll find that soon.
Hopefully. No.
Let's see, where is it?
Where is that mate?
It's not. Maybe it's wrong to play rook c2. If it looks good, but maybe simply queen e2, and then take. If you go there, then rook c2 is quite good, because then we have a concrete mating threat on g2.
Yeah.
If white takes on c2, that is. So after queen e2, white has to play king g3, which looks, I don't know. What happens now? It's unclear, no?
Yeah.
If you go there, then king h3.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not completely clear.
No.
Maybe knight takes f4 is not correct, but king f2 was an option for
Yeah.
white.
Yeah. Surely Tiger must have seen something otherwise. I mean, if there's no mate, white is just up a piece, so...
Yeah, but it's
but...
a dangerous situation, no?
That's true. Ah,
We cannot solve it immediately.
no. Let
King
us
f2,
know.
very risky. Maybe possible.
But you know what, Harry?
And after king h1, what happened then?
Sorry, king h1, knight g3.
Free check, and now
you cannot go because of...
you lose your queen.
Yeah.
Knight e2 check, winning the queen in the game.
So the game, I'm sure, is over. Black cannot do anything more than just take the perpetual. So Harry, I'm gonna decide, so you don't have to feel bad, that we will cheat now. One time we will cheat and see.
I look.
You look away. You look away, Harry. I'll very quickly. I'm so curious. I'm so curious. And the engine doesn't work. I can't see it. What if I refresh?
Maybe we can ask someone
in the
following
chat.
us.
Yeah, let us know. Oh, here.
What happens after king f2? That's our question. After knight
King
queen g4
f2?
check.
No, apparently there's no forced knight f4. Oh, I think he should have played king f2 as the answer. At least the early.
What's the valuation from the computer?
+1. But okay, I understand it can be, but after knight f4, now the only move, maybe this is what he missed, is king e3.
Not knight e3.
And knight e3, what is wrong with knight e3? Oh, queen h4.
If you go now to g1, then knight e2 check, winning the queen.
Yeah.
So it has to go to f3.
And after f3, this check. If you take, g5 is mate.
So you have to
and
go back.
If you go back,
then you take on h2, I guess.
Yeah. And now there's a few winning moves, apparently. g5.
I like now rook c2. And the idea is that if you take on c2, my idea at least was queen g2. No.
But
no,
now
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no.
Maybe there is better. We'll follow the computer.
Actually, yeah, rook c2 doesn't, unfortunately. It looks nice. But apparently there's a variety of winning moves. So, okay, I think if you don't see, I think that explains why Tiger played king h1.
Because white is winning in this line, according to the computer.
Black is winning.
Black is winning,
Yeah.
sorry.
And so he had to here find king e3.
And then what?
Queen h3 is best, apparently.
No, you cannot take on f4.
You still cannot take.
Because of g5 mate.
Now you run. And now you have this square. So if black takes, you have rook f2. But apparently after queen g2, it's still not so clear, because after rook f2, now you can take. Yeah. And this is more or less equal. But white can play queen f2.
And after
but apparently even
c4,
this...
I see the idea now. You take on g2, and then you go king d3.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, or I don't know.
But now, okay, the engine has changed its mind and think this is unequal. So we cannot blame Tiger at all. What a crazy game
so
this was.
The game ended in a draw with perpetual checks after king h1, knight g3 check, and then queen h3 check.
After, they didn't even play queen h3. It was just agreed a draw immediately.
And this was Tiger against Kasalowski.
Yeah. So 3 draws so far. And now what do we still have? We still have
Carl.
Kukukshari. Yeah.
Yes. Mm.
This is Kukukshari against Isaac Stormer.
Yeah. And we criticized White before.
Yeah.
Did he play Queen C5?
After this knight A4,
Knight
yeah.
A4 looked a bit
Yeah.
odd.
He played knight C5.
Okay.
Knight D3.
Wait, why knight D3?
No, wait, it's broken. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. No, knight D3.
I
Was
like the
played.
rook C8 or something, but okay, he played knight D3.
Now knight B3.
Mm-hmm.
And queen takes.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Why queen? Why? If it takes knight takes D3, then you take on B3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then you have pawn more.
Yeah.
Okay.
And after queen takes.
Mm-hmm. Took on B7 perhaps?
No, he
No?
played another intermediate move.
He doesn't like to play the obvious moves, to take on B7
Yeah.
and keep a small advantage.
Now he took.
Mm-hmm.
Rook D8. Knight C6.
Mm-hmm.
Rook D2. And knight takes. And now white is up. Up a pawn. Knight D3. Takes.
Mm-hmm.
Rook A1 and knight G4.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the position right
What
now.
do you make of this?
At first sight, I would not like to be white. At first sight, I don't know. What do I... no, but sorry. No, I'm completely blind. I thought that my bishop, the black bishop, was on this diagonal, and I thought,
No, but F2 is under attack, and White's piece is on, especially on A5, is a bit passive.
Yeah.
So is the White rook. So White probably has to bring back the knight, I would say, to B3. That looks logical.
And we cannot take. Oops, sorry. I guess black cannot take.
Yeah, then maybe
H3.
I don't know. Well, you can play rook B2, knight C5. Maybe instead of H3, what happened here? It's interesting. There are other options here as well. Bishop C8, and then you have to go rook
again,
B2, and then knight C5, and then you go rook C2, I guess, or bishop E2. Maybe it's about equal here somehow, even though we don't get the exact variations correct.
Crazy.
But black has some attack against white and against F2. White has an extra pawn, but a knight which is stranded on A5. So I think black should be able to make a draw somehow.
Yeah.
Although the concrete variations are a little obscure for me
a lot
at
could
least.
still happen here. A lot could still happen. Somehow they've added us some of this. And okay, let's go back quickly to Carlson.
Yeah, this is Carlson against Panzer.
Yeah.
So forget about
the names.
Yeah, here. Carlson against Panzer. And Panzer has made a big recovery, getting his rook into play and getting a playable position at least.
Rook F6 was now played, defending the pawn. Queen B8, King G7. You have very strange weather here. I mean, it's beautiful sunshine, then it's rain and thunder, and suddenly the sun is out again.
It's like an Iceland.
Yes.
Changes all the time.
Yeah. And queen a7. And oh, draw agreed. That's a pity. We were just having so much fun.
Why suddenly?
I guess it was offered after queen a7.
Okay, and what is the situation here? White has to move the king somehow, and then black might be able to attack with f3.
Yeah.
Because maybe we should move to h2, so
To
that
h2
if you
to
take
not.
on f3,
Yeah.
black won't be able to check what's happening here.
My guess is that both players might not have I think it could very well be that both players are not sure who is better, who is worse. Time is ticking down. Maybe.
Yeah, and white thinks that he has lost his
Yeah.
thread. He
Yeah.
was probably winning before,
Yeah.
and he feels uncomfortable. And black is happy to have achieved a draw out
Yeah.
of nothing.
Yeah.
So perhaps that is a
Understandable
logical
in a way.
way of ending the game.
So this one has ended in a draw as well, right? This was. So only one game remains now. It's getting easier and easier for us. And that is. Have they fixed it? They have fixed it, I think. Because this is Kugukshari, right?
Yes.
So they have fixed it. Okay, fantastic. So, okay, let's see the IM groups. We'll come
We predict the draw
back
here,
here.
although
Yeah.
we are not sure. A lot can happen, as you said.
Although what happened? Wait, what happened here? Knight. Ah, so wait. Knight g4, knight b3 was played. He didn't take on f2. He played rook b2 immediately. Knight c5 and bishop c4.
Okay.
So still this pawn is attacked. Maybe this makes more sense to play it this way, to not take f2, but now, because now white just cannot defend it. Yeah.
Well, he can move it. He can play f3.
Of course, yeah.
And now, do you take
But
on h2 and leave your knight there? It's not a nice spot.
No.
So f3 is an option,
Yeah.
perhaps.
You know what? Let's come back here. Let's quickly see what's going on in the other groups. Is it right in, I think in the IM events the results are correct. So let's quickly just pull up the standings of the IM group. One where we've had two results. One result we saw before, it was Maria Yugina losing her game against Lord Kipanidze, but also Axel Falkeval has won.
As white. Did he
As
play
white.
rook h5 in that critical position which we looked at?
So
I think
no, it was much earlier.
two moves back. Here, the computer said rook h5, but rook b5.
Two. No. Oh, no. Let me update. Let me refresh. Where is that? No, so sorry. So he played. Sorry, Harry. He played rook g5.
Which is
The
human.
Move, yeah. So rook g5 was played, king h8, and f5, trying to fight for this piece, which is pinned, but queen h3.
That's a diabolic move, because if black takes instead of queen h7 takes there, then you can go perhaps rook h5, and after h6 you just take it, and it's mate.
Very nice with the bishop controlling this g8 square. Very, very nice. So queen e7 was played, but now white just took and developed the last bishop, and that's an extra piece.
Yeah.
We can quickly see how the game ended.
And it's quite a typical technique that if you're a piece up, then try to exchange the heavy pieces,
Mm-hmm.
rooks or bishops and so, because when you come closer to winning position. But don't exchange pawns.
Yeah,
It's better to exchange the big pieces.
absolutely. Great technique by White. I don't think this was played, but White won this game. And let's see what is still going on. Jan Johansson on the black side against Sahidi.
Mm. This is correct names, I'm sure, because I
Yeah.
watched the position for a short while ago.
So White is up a pawn and pressing, I guess.
Maybe. Yeah. What is better?
Yeah.
But slightly unclear.
We'll come back here in a little bit. This one, I think if it hasn't, this one got stuck early doors. They are playing some rook ending, so unfortunately we lost the moves. And then Jokstad against Trost. This used to be an extra pawn for one of the two sides.
Yeah, for white.
For White, yeah.
But the pawn is gone. What happened? Did it drop it off the board or something?
Where did it drop off? Here it drops.
Very strange. I mean, white had a pawn more, and he should have consolidated, developed his pieces. Instead,
Yeah.
he tries to mate black with a pawn. It seems. I mean, this
With this
rush with h4.
h4, h5, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was better to keep the pawn if possible.
And then you can always do that later on.
Yeah. But as we said, that pawn is not that valuable. Even if white had a pawn on a2, it's very difficult to make a queen out of it.
Yeah.
Because black has the potential to block it on black squares with his bishop.
Absolutely. Now they are still playing, but this should just, I don't believe that white can have much here.
Oh, or black.
Or black, yeah. So we think this is very likely going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
And finally, no, that's already all for this first IM group. Let's go. Well, let's quickly see the results in this group. So we had seen that Leo Krevetin against William Momsen ended in a draw. This one we knew was going to end as well with white winning, but still this one ended in a draw early doors, so 2 games still going. The first one is Kim Nygren, and you thought he was going to get punished here with this lone king after taking.
Yeah, and the bishop stuck on a7.
On a7.
Strange, yeah? But maybe he was very resourceful.
Let's see.
What happened?
Yeah, let's see. Bishop f3 was played. Knight h2. Rook d5.
I didn't like the move bishop f3. Why not queen h5 instead? But okay, he did it.
Let's see. Queen b6. And the queen is...
Wait. Rook d6.
No, wait. No, okay, then I also here have to refresh. Okay, queen. Where did we go? Queen. Where were we? Okay, I'll just go back here. Bishop takes f5.
f5, which was a clever move because it opens for the queen to go to h5.
Yeah, so this. So this is what actually happened. Threatening mate on h1, knight h2.
Yeah, that's right.
And rook d5. Queen b6. Now rook d6. Queen.
Wait, instead of rook d6, just take a look with rook on d5. What? White threatens queen e6 or what? Queen e6. Okay, so he played rook d6.
Rook d6. Queen e3. Bishop drops back.
Yeah, he wants to keep that strong bishop.
Yeah, because the knight was threatening to take it. Bishop d4. Rook d8. queen b3 check, king h8, bishop e5, rook d2, queen e6, that white king, bishop c5. Things are the clouds are converging, and here
Yeah,
comes
wait. After rook d2, what did white play then?
rook f1.
Wait, maybe. I mean, f7 is an obvious possibility. Checking with the bishop. And then if white wants to, he can go queen f5, forcing an exchange of queens. But he didn't like that, perhaps, for some reason. Maybe because it's just a worse position.
But I mean, in the game, he lost in a few moves, so
everything would have been better.
And checkmate, that's the end of the game. A nice win, actually, by Thomas Ernst. And that means only one game remains in this group, and it is Joachim Nilsson against Alexander Hacht.
We think.
We think. Let me refresh once. Okay, and this is what's going on here. So an extra pawn for Joachim. And should be winning, yeah?
Who is to move?
It is black to move, actually, so maybe
It doesn't matter, because white will play bishop d4 or bishop b8. But you cannot protect it with a bishop, because you take on a7 anyway, because of the d7 pawn. So after bishop b8 or something like that, black
pawn
can
is
play
going to
king
drop.
e7 or king, you take, and now you have an extra pawn.
Yeah, and with the same colored bishops.
Yeah, even white will treat this as a pawn ending, and will centralize the king, and then slowly advance the b pawn as a decoy. And when black has to move to the queen side to stop the pawn from queening, the white king will liquidate the king side pawn. This is the likely continuation. It's this
has
position.
Been played, So it looks like Joachim is going to get a big win here in the last game that's still going on. In IM2, has anything? Jan Johansson has resigned.
Resigned already?
What happened? Where did we leave? He had seen enough.
Okay, yeah, he's worse. He's a pawn down, and he has also
maybe to get some break before the blitz tournament.
Maybe he has a double pawn on the g file, so he's 3 pawns on the king side versus white's 2. That's more or less the same.
It's still strange to resign.
Yeah,
a bit early.
I think he should have played on a little bit, but he had enough.
Yeah. And this one we think. So let's go back to the GM. Let's bring back the GM standings. We only have one more game going on here. Khan Kırklareli against Isaac Stormer. And let me also, just refresh one time to make sure that we are up to date. So we left it here. When white played rook c1, bishop e5, and bishop e4.
Yeah, and the idea now is to mate, because if black takes on f2, white will play knight d3.
Very nice. Attacking both these pieces, and if you take, this is checkmate. Very, very nice little trick. So Isaac, 1 minute on the clock.
He will prevent this, of course.
Of
He
course,
will
yeah.
play something like g6 or something, and then white probably wants to play rook c2. Or maybe not. Is that too dangerous? No, he can. If black plays g6, maybe rook c2 is not good, because when you check on b1 and when you check on f1, and then after king f3
Now
you
we
can
can
take on
take it.
h2. It's a bit tricky. So
Yeah.
instead of rook c2,
G6 has been played, by the way.
yeah, and now you play instead rook b1. It's much better.
Yeah. Forcing the rooks off, yeah?
Yeah. And you look at that a3 pawn. It has only moved
A
once
boulevard.
in 30 moves
Yeah.
or so, but it will move very much
This
more
this
suddenly.
should be winning, I guess. Yeah, or...
Yes, I'm sure it's winning this. That's a very, very important extra pawn.
There is again a question in the chat. Will you play in the Blitz tournament?
Probably not, but I might watch it for a while. Yeah, but I mean, well, I'm yeah. Maybe I will play. We'll see.
I hope so. I hope so. There was a question also earlier. Someone, I don't know if this person is still around. Plinth user had asked, when was my last tournament? I played in the French league a couple of months ago, just a month and a half ago. So my first event in a long time. And what's going on after g6? Rook b1 was played, and this is the position on the board now. And unfortunately for Isaac, it's really tough.
This might be his fifth loss in a row.
Yeah.
He's quite a strong player,
Yeah.
but it's not easy if you start losing to keep up a good
I think even
playing
for
frame.
him, it probably, I don't know if you agree or disagree, but probably a good idea to play the Blitz tonight to get some wins.
Yeah.
And to get that feeling of winning back.
Confidence.
Yeah. So we will see king f8. What's the best way? Do we just start pushing that pawn immediately?
In fact, Isaac asked me if I was going to play.
Oh.
But, and I said, that
see.
is for your recovery, perhaps. Yeah.
The king f8, do we just push or?
Yes, why not?
Why not?
We could also play bishop b4, but I don't think there is any need for that. a4, I like that.
Where does the bishop?
If it goes to c6, then we can play bishop e4. Because if there is a rule saying that if you have a clean knight ending, it's just like a pawn ending. The evaluation is the same. And if we all know that if you have a pawn ending with an extra pawn like this, then it's winning. So it makes a lot of sense to exchange the bishop on c6.
Yeah. So let's see, we'll stick around here, both players down to 1 minute on the clock. I expect a4, why not? Maybe f3 with the idea of bringing the king, but I think why not push the pawn? Why not push that pawn? Let me quickly see.
Black has an idea to activate his king quickly. I mean, that is maybe his only hope. Is that possible, you think?
Oh, bishop d3 was played.
The same idea, but why not a4 to bring the pawn closer with tempo?
So bishop d3. Okay, okay, bishop c6, bishop e4. And knight e5. What do we do now? Do we play f4? Do we just take?
I would simply take on c6 and then activate the king and play it as a pawn ending.
Oh, do you activate the king? Maybe
the other way, yeah.
f4?
I don't know. Or f3, I'm not sure.
everything should be winning, yeah.
Mm. Black will try to activate his king, go to d6 and try to
Yeah.
disturb a little bit, but it should be winning.
Yeah. So let's see, what does Khan go for? He goes for f4.
Mhm.
So f4 forcing
Mm.
this, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Of course you can take on e5, but it's also winning.
yeah, maybe and
But,
that's what he
the
goes.
bishop is quite strong here. Did he do that?
He did that.
I don't like that. I don't think it's the technically correct way to play. Now black will play something like bishop c6 or something.
Bishop c6. Do we want to? I guess now or do we want to? Okay, no, maybe let's bring the king first.
It's not so easy to promote the pawn now with the help of a knight only.
King f2 was
maybe
played.
f6. I like.
f6. Oh. Are you not worried? Maybe it doesn't.
Maybe.
But maybe this
king
can.
is.
No.
Maybe. I'm not sure about that position. King e7.
King f2. He didn't play f6. He played king e7, and king e3 was played.
No, f6 or. I don't see any other plan really for black.
Yeah. Also, black, I guess, wants to get rid of as many pawns.
Yeah. Ideally, he wants to get rid of all the pawns on
the
the
whole
king side,
yeah.
and then sacrifice the bishop and achieve a draw.
g5 was played, king d4, still f6 or what?
I think he has to try it, otherwise white will just play a4, a5 and
a4, a5,
advance. So I don't know why not. Are we in time trouble now? Or?
Yeah. They have no time on the clock at all. In fact, I guess it's a little bit off, but both of them, I guess, are 1 minute or just under 1 minute. So I think there should be a move.
That's good for us because maybe we'll get some action then.
Well, even the last few moves they've been.
Who is trying to win?
I guess white.
Why?
I guess why? I don't. Did you ask why?
Yeah.
I don't know. And let's see Joachim, who is playing the only game that's still going here. And yeah, somehow
he will
maybe like this.
Conquer those pawns here. His immediate threat is perhaps king f4 and forcing h5, and then king to e5, and then to e6.
So black is trying to block that at least.
And then you play, you can even play bishop e5. Well, maybe not bishop e5 because then bishop c5. So that's a normal move to play for zugzwang. Bishop e3 is fine. And what now? Bishop b8, and you play bishop f4, exchanging
the bishop
and winning with a more active king. And what else can black do? If he moves the bishop,
he cannot stay on this diagonal.
No, and if it does not stay there, then you have access to both f4 and e5 for the king. Yeah, like this, because then you have weakened black's king side even more.
So Joachim is on his way of wrapping things up here. Let's go back to Khan and Isaac. So f6 has been played. So 1 minute 20 for Isaac. And I'm sure white also doesn't have much time.
I would have preferred to play that a little earlier, f6, because it creates more pressure on white to decide which course to take. But okay, he played f6 now at least.
Better late than never. What do we do?
Yeah,
We
e6
play
or
e6, take
a4 maybe.
I4.
I prefer a4, I think.
I guess black has to. What do you do as? It's not so easy. What do you even do as black?
No, but that was an advantage with playing f6 already when the white king was on f2, because then
Yeah.
white
Then.
cannot take on e5.
Yeah.
He
Can play
played
knight
knight e4.
e4. Yeah.
Okay. He wants to force black to take
capture.
on e5. Yeah. Of course you can go f5, but then the white knight goes back to c5, I would guess, because you want to keep the king out of e6.
That's true.
And you have a very nice grip
And
with the
now
pawn
you
and the
will
knight.
now you will be able to run all the way with that pawn,
Mm.
covering both these squares. So after
And of course black cannot take on e4 because that will be a hopeless pawn ending. Did you play
f5
f5?
was played, and
now knight c5 is, I think, natural.
Okay, I guess he will try.
Yeah, then you will
f4.
probably take it and then play a4. And black's main problem is his passive king.
Cannot. All the squares are covered.
Yeah, maybe he will play king f7, but it's a long way to f5. King
h5 he played, actually.
That's meaningless.
So we start pushing, or?
Yes, why not?
So let's see, h5. King e3.
Well, maybe h4, exchanging pawns. If you take now on h4, then black plays f4 check.
Yeah.
Creating some. It's still winning for white, I guess, but it's not as comfortable anymore.
So we expect h4.
I guess white will take on h4. And black has to play f4 and then king d4. Black takes on h4 and you go a4. And now you would like the king to be on f5, so you can start to push the pawn and then win the e5 pawn. But it's a long way. You can see what happens if you play king f7. There's nothing better, I guess. a5, king g6, a6, king f5.
But now can I not?
Yes, e6.
You have to go back, I guess, huh? Oh, no.
Yeah, maybe king f6 is a possibility, yes. Push, yes. Now you cannot play king f5 because then white queens e7, e8, and your queens either pawn. So it has you're in the
Zugzwang, some kind.
Yeah, you have to play something like bishop a8 or something. And one way of winning now is probably knight d7 and then knight b6, and you will get a winning. No, the bishop is.
Oh, sorry.
So you move a bishop somewhere on the queen. Takes. King f5, and then you go h3, I guess.
And it never helps black.
But then you go king e4. So white keeps control, and white has also other ways.
h4 was played. This is all on the board, but not king d4, but king f2.
I prefer to have it on d4, but
Mm.
okay. Maybe it's quite okay as well. Question is, can black now play king d8 or something? No, then knight e6.
So it's white to after, you mean a4?
No, but when white plays knight e6 check and just has 2 pawns more.
Yeah.
But, or no, maybe the pawn was
But
hanging
see,
there.
once again, he didn't go a4. He went, he's just going after this pawn now.
On the king e6.
What is he doing? Can he go now a4? Okay, I'm not sure. What am I achieving here?
Maybe it's okay for white, but it's now it's getting close.
It's getting, yeah, a
The
bit
king
too
f5.
close for comfort. But why is Isaac thinking? What is he thinking about?
Maybe he's considering f3, but king e6 looks more active.
Yeah.
But the problem with king e6 is a4, as you pointed out. So, and then there are long lines here after king e6, a4, but I think white just managed to win. You can try, for instance, a4.
Well, king e6. Oh,
he took there. I don't like that. It's winning, but I don't like it.
So we'll get what, something like
king
this.
d4, king d4, king c3.
Is it even winning?
No, not anymore.
You just take this pawn and... Is that a draw?
It's a draw now, I think. I guess it's a draw. I'm not completely sure. It looks completely
What a mess.
misplayed, which makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
Why should I kept the grip and slowly advance a pawn? Much better than to force things and allow exchanges of pawns.
Yeah, very surprising. Okay, I mean, surely this is the idea. What else? Okay, if he's thinking now is also kind of a bad sign.
Maybe he calculated knight g6 check, king f5, knight takes h4, king g4, knight g6, king h3, king g1, and I keep my 2 pawns. But black will rush on the other side with the king. And he forgot about that, maybe.
King e3.
It's his position.
Yeah.
He has a threat here, knight g6, but I'm not sure it's
king
even
f5,
it's a threat.
knight d3. I cannot go here because of the fork.
I don't like the move king f5. The king should be ready to go to the A3
other
pawn.
side.
Yeah.
So I have to make a bishop move, I guess. How can I go here?
No. It's ugly.
Yeah.
It's possible, but ugly. Because it's you lose square somehow.
Yeah.
Now with a pawn on h4, you control g3 and you keep the option to go with the king to h3. Block that position for your own king. I don't like it. You play bishop b5.
This is not so easy now.
Now it should be maybe a draw, I think. Excellent chances for black. Suddenly,
incredible.
Out of nothing, he was completely lost.
Really incredible stuff. Can we go knight?
Yeah, but black will play king e5. Go with the king to the a4 pawn. a3 pawn.
Okay, knight back to c5.
King e5.
King e5.
Yeah,
What
no.
do you do here? You'll go just back or what?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's possible, and then go to f4. But the idea should be to bring the king to the queen side.
Maybe I'm not gaining any. Okay, so king e5. Okay, let's say e4.
Maybe bishop f1. Is that possible? Something like that.
Okay, this has been, king e5 has been played. Let's see. There's a comment in the chat, wow, Stormy came back. That is kind of true, but I think very much can let him back into the game.
Yeah, it's correct. I think so too.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah,
think so?
absolutely. I mean, of course, it's easy for us here to judge. I mean, they are playing with no
Yes.
time on the clock, but yeah, it did feel. I mean, maybe for starters, it was just easy to play knight versus knight rather than knight versus bishop.
We can try something, and then we say, no, of course not that. Now we do something else. But they have to.
Of course.
The moves they make, they have to stay by, so to speak. Is this position with white
Yeah,
to move, I
so
guess?
after king e5, knight e4, and bishop c6 was played.
We see here how nice.
The problem is, I think that white still has great chances because, okay, played knight c3, because it's, I don't know how easy it is to defend.
But the bishop is so nice to have here because it can be active from a long distance and it can work on both sides.
Yeah. By the way, Harry, if you want to play the Blitz tournament, I can finish on my own if you'd like to play.
No problem. No, I will not play.
You'll not play?
No, I plan not to play, so it's okay.
I wonder if they will wait for the players, if they wanted to play.
Yeah, especially I think Isak wanted to play at least.
Probably they will wait. But this game could go on for a while. King f5, I guess you will not like it.
No, I don't like it because I want to go with the
To the
king
other
where
side.
the white king isn't, so I can liquidate the pawn. But I think black can play imprecisely and still draw.
Will white finally push this pawn on?
But even if a pawn were on a5 or something, it's quite alone here. I mean, it's not easy to support it with a knight because the king will harass the knight very quickly. So it's not so easy.
So knight d1, king e5. But now it's also clear that Khan doesn't have a plan. He's sort of jumping around. But
maybe he has a plan.
But we already had this position, right? Knight
Did we?
c3, yeah.
Okay. And then he has to push the pawn.
And Isaac played king f5.
No, a4 is a normal move here.
Yeah.
But if you play a4, then maybe king g4, and king f2, and then king f4.
Okay, if I keep pushing.
Then maybe bishop b7, yeah, as a start. But the main idea is to use the king. But we can first see what white.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, I have an idea there in that position. After a5, bishop b7.
Oh, he didn't play. He played knight d2, but here.
a5.
I know. Sorry, we had king here.
Is it white to move?
Yeah.
My idea was to play knight b5. It's a draw this, but just to illustrate, king e5, knight c7. Now the pawn is ready to march. King d6, a6, and now black will take on c7, and later on white will win the pawn. We will have a clean pawn ending. White will win the pawn with the
you
king,
will be
but
in
black
time,
will be in time with one move extra to spare as well. Now h3. Why did you play h3?
Does it not make any sense?
No, yeah.
Doesn't matter actually.
Move the king. No.
Oops.
You can afford to go to d8 because you have an extra move. Yeah.
Nice. Very nice. So king f5, knight e2 was played. King e5 again. Knight d4 and bishop e8.
What?
Oh my goodness.
No, maybe it's. I don't understand it, but
I think
okay.
maybe.
What happens now? Now it's interesting again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
If it takes on h4, king g4, knight f3, king h3, king f2, then maybe white is winning now.
Yeah.
No, maybe bishop
c6.
Yeah, but then you play knight d4 or something. Or knight d5.
Yeah,
and then king d1. Then it's chances for white. But black should move the other way with the king. Bishop e8 is
Bishop
alright.
e8 was, huh?
Yeah.
You think that's alright?
Yeah. But now king d5 I like more.
Just go to take that pawn, yeah?
I think now it will be.
But is this definitely winning? Is this definitely a draw? Let's say, okay.
I'm not sure if he's in time.
Okay, I guess you have to go back somehow.
Maybe you should play knight g7 instead. King f6.
Okay. And okay, if I go here, but maybe you will just not be able to block him.
But I think if you put even if you put a bishop on h7, let's say you played knight g7 here for white, g7 float, so bishop f7, king f6, bishop g8. Now maybe king g6, but if you play h5, just for principle, bishop h7.
But what if I go here?
Yeah, okay, king d6. If you go there,
no, you can just take it.
But even if you, it's not so. The bishop is very strong in preventing the advance.
Yeah.
It's not. If a pawn had been somewhere else, the bishop could take care of the pawn himself. But with a pawn on the rim, then it's tricky. You need the king to help.
Yeah.
So it's not. That's why I don't like.
this
You should have rushed to the
to
other
the other
side.
side.
Rush,
Yeah.
not waste a lot of time. Now white will. Did you take king d3?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just over. No. The king.
Oh.
Goes the king.
Maybe yes. King f4. King e3.
Yeah, it's not over yet, actually.
It's not.
No.
It's not completely over.
No.
It's technical difficulties.
Knight e2. King g4.
Not so easy.
It's a crazy game. What a game. King f4. Okay, he will have to. One of the two players is going to be terribly disappointed after this game. So king d4, bishop d7. What do you think? Do you think it's winning or do you think it's a draw?
Maybe it's winning. I'm not completely sure. I don't know. What does the computer say?
I guess here we don't need the computer. Here we need the table base, yeah? But I think they have table bases now, so I think it should. I think they put the table. They added table bases. Let me see.
So there are only two
No, but it's no. But here maybe. No?
The computer says that white is much better, at least.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the table base, which is what I wanted. So let me. If someone at home would like to check with the table base, let us know. Is this?
If we want to know, maybe if we want. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we. I'm quite curious, actually, because also it will not really impact our commentary or anything. I don't think to know here. So, who is going to volunteer to put this into the table base?
I guess it's a draw now. That's my guess, because now the king will rush towards the h2 pawn, and if a pawn moves, black will still chase it.
Yeah, apparently it is a draw. Thank you, Lone Wolf. Apparently it is a draw. Master Chester Show, thanks, I appreciate that.
But it seems that white, I'm not sure about white's plan here. He wants to sacrifice the knight and push the h pawn and help it with the king, because the king is now heading for f6.
Yeah.
But it's black to move now.
Now it's black to move.
So if he does play king f2, white has to play something like h4. King takes h5. And now white is winning, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So black has to be more subtle.
But this has been played already.
maybe after h4 you don't play, you don't take the knight.
Can you go here?
No, then king f4 perhaps.
And king g5.
Yeah. So instead, maybe king after h4.
H4 has been played.
Mm.
No, this didn't work. Sorry. But then what do you do?
King g3, but it doesn't help, I guess. Critical variation is king g4 in that position, h6, bishop f5, a4, king g5, a5, and now black cannot solve this because you want to play bishop g6 or something, and then take on h6 and come back, but you cannot come back in time. So black has to play better than this.
But after h4, Isaac played bishop e8. King f6. What? Why king f6? Why not push? No, sorry, then he could just take, sorry. Getting late, so king f6.
What now? If he takes... Yeah, now he is okay for black. He takes there. Yeah, it's good. And now king g5, king f2, h5, and you take it.
This you can take, yeah. And this you can also take, yeah.
Yeah. And now you're fine. So it's a very subtle way of ending the game.
Is that? Yeah, you're well within the square, yeah. Well within the square. So now okay, but now then it should be easy, and he has taken. What a save this will be for Isaac. I mean, yes, Khan misplayed it, but...
king e7 here, just to show, and bishop h5, I guess. And white push, king f2, king f6, wait, king f6 instead. If he plays a5, you just take the pawn. And you're in time to put the bishop on f3. So you have to play king f6. And now it's the question. What to do? Maybe king e3.
Is there a limit for how many moves you can make? Asks Lone Wolf. Well, if there are 50 moves without a pawn push, then it will be a draw, but there's no limit to how many moves you can make now. So king e3. King g5 or what?
Then the bishop e2. King d4. Threatening king c5, which cannot be stopped.
Yeah.
So now it's a draw again.
Yeah.
So, but it's quite tricky, this.
King e7.
He did that. It's the best try. The only try. Now probably
Bishop
h5.
Yeah. But bishop h5 is very logical, at least here, no?
Yeah, bishop a4 is logical too, but then we can look at that. It doesn't work, I think, but we can look at that. h5, king f2, h6, bishop b3. And now, if it's black to move, he can...
Bishop b?
C2,
No,
C2,
sorry,
C2. If it's black to move, he can play king e3, but white...
To move will win.
Because the
king
pawn
is not in the... Yeah. But he found bishop h5. a4 was played. But now it's just... no, and king f6 on this line.
And now it was a bit tricky here.
Yeah.
Black probably has to play something like king e3 or something. If he plays king g3, then king g5
Yeah.
was winning, yeah?
Yeah.
So king e3.
King e3. And what do you do? a5. What did he play? He played bishop e2.
Yeah, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. He waits to decide where to put the king.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If white plays, for instance, king e5, then you just go king g3 and take it.
Yeah.
Did white play a5?
a5.
Yeah. Now you cannot play king g3 because of king g5.
Yeah.
So you go maybe king e3. Now then you go king d4.
No,
And then king c5.
Yeah.
So white has to trick him with king e5 or something like that.
But now what do I do?
Maybe some strange move like king d2 or something. I don't know. What do you think?
Apparently a5 is winning.
Yeah, I think
King
bishop
e3.
e2 was wrong,
King
probably.
e5 he played, yeah. Wow, what a game.
It's a drama. It's
Very small margins.
yeah.
Incredible stuff.
Fascinating.
Wow. There's no move, yeah? King d2 and now...
Did he play king d2?
No.
It looks
But you
strange.
cannot move the bishop, yeah?
If
And
you move a bishop, the one pawn will move.
Did they start the blitz tournament or are they waiting?
They're waiting.
They're waiting. They're waiting for you, Harry. So king e5 and king d2 was played and king d4. And now the king is running here, yeah? But what do you do? King e1?
If you play king e1, then maybe I don't know. Yeah, I don't like king e1. Maybe
King c2 he played.
Yeah, maybe that is better.
How do I win?
It's a very curious position, this. The bishop has to stay on e2, and then you have to dance with the king.
Yeah.
In a
And now what do you... How do you play?
King e3, you play king d1, and then it's question, we look at this, king e3, king d1, king f4, king d2, king g5, king e3, h5, and now white is winning because now king d4, h6, bishop d3, a6. So
Very nice.
something has gone wrong here.
Yeah.
And
My head hurts from this endgame. I don't even I'm not even sure any longer who's playing for what.
But probably bishop e2 was a mistake. It's a very natural move to make, but maybe king e3 was better. I'm not sure, but I guess so.
Right, what did they?
If you play king c5, I think king e3 is better, but maybe that works. Because if you now play king d3, a6, when you want to play king e4 so that you're in the square for the
But you're
h4 pawn,
blocking this
you're
diagonal.
blocking that. You have to go king e3, but then that runs into a7, bishop f3, h5 winning, because the h pawn just moves.
So maybe king c5 also works, you're saying?
Yeah, it seems so. But king e3 is more.
What did he do? King e3.
Yeah,
He went.
it's more, looks better.
What a tough fight. King e3.
He has to go king
King
d1.
d1
I
is
see no
first.
other move
Yeah.
here.
I think that was played, yeah.
And now king f4, we said, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Now he has a clear route to
Yeah.
d5. And black's only chance is to go with the king to the square, to a8 in principle.
Yeah.
But after king f4, which he will play, king d2, king g5, king e3 or something,
And
h5,
h5, yeah.
king d4, h6, has to play bishop d3, and now pushing the a pawn. The
Yeah.
black king is too slow.
Yeah.
So this is the
So
winning.
lovely, it's a beautiful finish. King f4 has been played, and I think now he has it. Now I think there will be no more turnarounds.
No more tricks.
But I mean, I really feel for Isaac.
Yeah,
this is a tough.
I hope he will win the Blitz.
Yeah, yeah,
But he has learned a lot.
yeah. In chess, you never lose. Either you win or you learn. And yeah, king g5, and that is going to be the end. King c5. Oh, apparently king c5 was not winning when we looked at in here, yeah? King c5. And apparently both king b3 and king c3 were drawing.
Ah, okay. Maybe, for instance, king c3, king b6, king d4, and then the king is inside. I guess that was why.
Yeah.
So king e3 was didn't
probably
even feel
only,
right. It was also the probably only winning method.
King c3. And that's going to be the end.
Now he will resign, I guess. Poor guy. But
I mean, that was an incredible fight.
Yeah.
What a game. What a game. I think the game is probably over. Yeah, and congratulations to Khan. Tough loss for Isaac.
Who is leading now? Is it still...
So Platon...
That's 4.5 out of 5.
Yeah, because everything was drawn except for Khan winning, yeah? I think. So still the same, nothing has changed.
So he's leading with 4.5, and who is the chaser?
The Emil Mirzoev on 4, and then Tiger and Ludwig on 3. Okay,
and
Harry.
Tomorrow who is playing? What's the main attraction tomorrow?
Let's see. So tomorrow we will be back tomorrow. You will be back with me, huh? 10 in the morning. So we will have the tournament leader, Galperin, will play black against Kazakowski, which will be a big game. Tiger will be black against Isaac, which will be interesting as well. And Emil Mirzoev will be black against Milton Panzer. Jung Min will play against Carlson. And Mikhail Marin will be white against Kukuksari. So a lot of interesting games to look forward to. Now we will do what we call send a raid. I'll send you over to Eric Rosen. But thank you so much for watching us today. This was very exciting and fighting.
And thank you for all the good ideas we got through the chat.
Absolutely. Thank you for your contributions, suggestions, questions. We will be back tomorrow. Is a double round. Harry will be here with me 10 a.m. in the morning, Central European summertime. And there will be another, I think you will not be here in the afternoon, right?
No.
So tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m., maybe I'll be on my own, maybe they'll be somewhere. But Harry and I will be back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. for round 6.
See
See
you.
you then.